sababu hospitali yetu inachukua ushuru na inalipa pesa yenye inaweza kujitegemea kwa hiyo hospitali.
Mwaka wa 2024 na 2025 hiyo hospitali ya Ishara iliweza kuokota 13 million. Hiyo pesa hatujaona renovation yoyote.
The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission says it is making progress in the fight against corruption with a 72% conviction rate and recovery of 7.8 billion Kenya shillings in stolen public funds over the past 2 years. Speaking in Nairobi on Tuesday, EACC CEO Abdi Mohamud said arrest and prosecutions alone are not enough. He urged a stronger force on preventing corruption before it happens, especially through public awareness and better systems.
We have proposed that instead of talking so much about law enforcement, spilling of blood, and all these other issues that make headlines in the news, can we refocus and look at corruption prevention as a tool that probably can work in our current situation?
U.S. President Donald Trump says talks to end the war in Iran could restart this week after earlier negotiations failed over the weekend. He hinted that something significant could happen within the next 2 days. Meanwhile, the U.S. military says no ships have entered or left Iranian ports in the first 24 hours of the blockade imposed by the United States. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome back to Radio Generation this morning. How are you doing? My name is Mungala Mbuvi, and the time right now is exactly 4 minutes past 6 o'clock. This is the People's Breakfast. Kama kawaida tuko na jamaa mmoja hodari sana anajulikana kama Sitimuga. Habari asubuhi. Uko vipi, uko namna gani?
Niko mzima poa.
Naona uko fiti kabisa, uko gangari. Nikaona leo umetuletea vitu za kuongeza damu nguvu. Ama hizo zinaongeza nguvu zingine za kiume na za kike?
Tutajuaje bwana?
Tutajuaje, si ndio? Until tunywe tutaweza kujua.
Wewe bwana wani.
Until tunywe kidogo itakuwa ni kama tutajua. Yes.
Sasa tizi inaongeza nguvu
kabisa.
Maji plain water inaongeza nguvu.
Ndio hiyo.
Sasa kuna mingine wajua kitu vikiwa rangi za
nyekundu hivi.
Sisi kama Afrika ambao tunajua yale yalio na yasimo
na yaliomo.
Simo ila maana hapana.
Ndio sasa.
Hapana iko. Sisi so long and red inaongeza damu.
Na kitu chochote pia keusi hicho pia ni cha damu.
Inaongeza damu.
So whenever you go to the village unasikianga kule hii ndio inaongeza damu. Hii inaongeza nguvu. Hii ni ya miguu, hii kwanza inafanya ukimbie. Hii utakusikula utaona sana hii achana. Because it is what it is.
Ushasikia ukiambiwa kwamba hii ukitafuna ama kwa chakula utakuwa mrefu zaidi. Mimi sijawahi kusikia hiyo.
Mimi nilikuwa naambiwa hivyo juu ya samaki eti eat fish because now it will give you brains.
Whoever told you that was telling the truth. I'm going to explain to you when you're a scientist, ndio. What happens is this.
Yes.
More so fish, yes, but fish kama ile omena hizi ndogo ndogo. What happens ile cranium or something ambayo ina cover brain ile.
Ndio hiyo skull ile.
It's brain food. It actually adds a layer to the cranium. So the brain actually gets fed and protected more than it ordinarily does. So the brain gets an opportunity to actually grow and expand and do wonderful things that ordinarily it wouldn't do. Yes, so watu ambao najua, I know what you're going to say next. So let me preempt
I'm actually going to say nothing.
No. I know you. The moment I mention fish and the people live around the lake, I know what you're going to say. So So I'm going to ring fence that statement. You need to go to parts of the world where fish is a staple diet.
Right.
And you will see that what I'm saying.
Like Luo Nyanza.
What did I tell you?
I'm confirming to the
bro,
people.
nimeenda the world. Wewe umerudi hapa.
Yes.
Okay,
but only, like, okay, so Luo Nyanza, fish is a staple for sure. We also have the Lake Turkana region. Si kuna watu wanaishi hapo around the lake, so they fish there for sure. And then we have the coastal region, which is another. Now them they have variety because I see them eating octopuses. Is it octopuses or octopi? The point is they eat those things in the water. Yeah, from fish to shark,
crustaceans,
crabs. Yeah.
And hiyo sasa familia bwana
hiyo ya seafood hiyo. So unasema like for real on a serious note inaongeza hiyo umesema cranium
what it does it offers a covering for the cranium which then enables the brain to grow and to mature. It's like fertile ground for the brain.
Hiyo nitaenda kuangalia.
So watoto wakianza kukula omena na mapema omena other fish ni mzuri. Kuna zingine kama hizi catfish na nini, I personally don't like catfish.
Okay.
But
catfish ndio mbuta?
No.
Kamongo.
Yes.
Catfish ni kamongo.
Yes.
Okay.
Mbuta is Nile perch.
Okay. All right.
There is kuna to oil nyingine hapo ambapo tunaambiwa kuna kitu inaitwa omega 4.
Yes.
I don't know, it's not 5 or 6 or 3 even, but
I mean
omega 4.
It belongs to a group called omega oils. So
sasa huyu ni 4. Huyo 4 mazee. Immune system inaipatia vitu vya kiajabu. Inaipatia maradhi mingi na nini.
Hizo zinakuondokea zinakuhepa.
Jamaa. So nakumbuka watu vile watu walishangaa vile jamaa anaweza kuinua tu reli na mkono. Mtupu.
Yeah.
Omega 4. You know, but I'm joking.
No.
Kuna that one I am joking. Yes.
Kuna jamaa tunafanya kazi na yeye anaitwa Ahmed. Sijui kama unamjua. Ahmed anapenda salmon. Unajua salmon?
Ni samaki nzuri sana hiyo.
Mkienda naye mahali popote wewe sasa unakimbilia kuku, sijui unakimbilia sijui steak, unaenda unasema nipatie sijui filet. Jamaa anasema salmon. Alafu anaitisha specifically Norwegian salmon.
Hiyo baba hiyo ni Formula 1 ya samaki.
Sasa wengine wanakimbilia sijui Kisumu salmon, sijui
tuna salmon
bro, mi story ni yangu.
Please continue your Kisumu salmon.
Yeah. So sasa wengine wanalisha sijui Kisumu salmon, sijui nini anasema Norwegian salmon. Alafu anasema apatiwe na hii kitu inaitwa nini, sweet potatoes, mashed potatoes. Alafu anasema zipikwe na bata hivi. Alafu anasema apatiwe tu managu hapo kando.
Wajua, I would advise him afanye hivi. That mixture ni mzuri sana.
Yeah.
Hiyo si butter. Wampatie garlic butter sauce.
Hiyo
garlic butter sauce.
Right.
Unaweza kuweka hiyo samaki.
Yeah.
Unaweza kuweka katika hiyo mesh potato hiyo. Na hiyo managu, ongeza ka spinach kidogo, na cream.
Bas.
So iwe
cream spinach.
Cream spinach managu.
Yani badala tuongee juu ya mandazi, badala tuongee sweet potatoes, tuongee juu ya cream spinach, and you see I'm salivating, bro.
Oh no, sweet potato we can talk about on managu because if we take this thing a step further,
yes,
tuna dry your sweet potato, hiyo ninio inatoje hiyo this ninio ambayo inaonekana kama it's purplish white. Inauzwa next to sweet potatoes.
Beetroot. Nduma. Oh,
you dry that thing and make it into a powder kama unaweza kumake ugali na hiyo.
Or you pound it, then you make
yes,
ugali out of it.
Or make bread out of it. Yes, you can. Same with the sweet potato, you can dry it. Unaweza kuninio, unaweza kusaka.
I know I see different kinds of flowers in the supermarket.
Super.
In your Kenya itanga flour. So I see different kinds of flowers.
They pronounce it correctly.
Yeah. I mean kuna flour, kuna wenye wanaitanga flour. So the point is hiyo unga hiyo. I see different kinds of unga from the cassavas and the yams and
then some people mix it. Hiyo cassava una mix kidogo na mahindi, mtama kidogo, wimbi kidogo.
Unaiweka pale inakuwa tu tamu.
Bro, let me tell you, that one is an energy pack.
Yes.
Sort of thing where ukikula hata mwenyewe utajisikia uko. If I may use a language that you know.
Yeah.
Utajisikia aire.
Utajisikia uko aire.
Yes.
You dare not tell them say palalo wagwan.
Whatever that means.
Yes. So I know Ahmed is listening. Ashapata your story. Now, 11 minutes per 6 o'clock. Today is the 15th of April, 2026. What is significant about this particular day? Yesterday we said...
Petrol ilipanda.
Well, petrol imepanda for sure. Petroli for shame imepanda. Lakini back in history, you remember yesterday we said that in 1865 President Abraham Lincoln of America was shot. So this morning he died at 7:22 a.m. after being shot.
Tabia kushoot ma presidents wao. Hawana adabu hao watu.
Hawana adabu wale watu nakwambia. Tabia mbaya. Yes, so in 1865, a morning such as this one, he died. And then in 1912, and I'm sure this one almost everyone knows. Nakama Ujui, my friend, you need to start watching or reading on it.
What are you talking
in 1912, about? The RMS Titanic sank. In the North Atlantic, hours after hitting an iceberg. That thing must have been one of the most horrific, saddest moment in the victims' lives. You can imagine for very many hours, you guys mnaona mkisink. And there's nothing you can do about it. And then to make matters worse, baridi kashuka, others died of hypothermia, others died of sinking because they didn't know how to swim. I mean, it was such a sad affair. 1912, RMS Titanic sinks at exactly 2:20 a.m. in the North Atlantic. City, methali yetu ya Uganda leo inasemaje?
Nasema hivi. Tena nakueleza kinakaubaga kwa lugha ya Kiingereza. Kwambia no matter how powerful you are, you can never make the rain only fall over your home.
No matter?
Okay.
How powerful?
You are. I think you are. You can never make the rain only fall over your home.
Yeah. It don't matter who you are, bro.
Atuwe umepanga timvua inaisha tu kwa nyumbako.
Yeah. It's not gonna happen.
No.
But there's a phenomenon that is witnessed where rain just pours in a specific spot.
I've witnessed it.
Yeah.
It wasn't a small geographical area. I had this story of trees, rain, I'd read about it, heard about it. I didn't actually believe it. Kuna siku, nimetoka Kisumu town, na nyumbani kumtembelea wazazi, Muhoroni. Sasa, bro, dry, hot than normal weather you find in that region.
Yeah.
Sasa mimi, mtoto wa wenyewe, nimefuata route ambayo inaitwa Chemelil. Okay? Nakuja tu hakuna mvua.
Yeah.
Nafika mahali inaitwa Achego. Napita kidogo kama kilomita 1.
Ndio.
From that route kwetu kutoka hapo, sasa ni kilomita kama 4 zingine. Bro, before I get to the township, let me not mislead people.
Yeah.
Small derelict shopping center called Tamu.
Yes.
Tamu wenyewe on the one side, kulikuwa hakuna mvua. Nikicross sasa na wacha township, naingia to the drive which now it's a kilometer to our home. Bro, ile mvua inakuwa inanyesha hapo. Honestly, it was unbelievable.
Yeah.
It was raining.
It's cray.
That one.
Yeah.
Kafika nyumbani, it is raining. Hiyo cray ambao umesema. Cats and dogs, even some other big animals.
Yes.
And it continued raining. I was at home for around 3 hours. It rained, stop. So I decided now to go the other route.
Yes.
Okay? Bwana inanyesha a kilometer away from our home. Not a drop. You actually stopped the vehicle.
Yeah.
And said, what on earth? Because I need to look back. You are here, it's not raining. You can see across it is raining.
Yeah.
So when you tell me that happens, so I started reading into it. You know what I found?
What did you find?
That area near my home, the environs, watu walipanda miti mingi.
Okay.
It is lush with trees.
So it attracts rain.
Yes, those are the places watu walikatakata miti.
From the what is it called? Tunaambiwa hiyo story maji kutoka kwa nyasi kwa mimea na kuenda juu.
Yes.
Nimesahau hiyo jina. Kumbuka tulisomango huko nilikuwa primary. But yeah, it does. I mean that's one of the phenomenons. But now there is another phenomenon where it literally it can rain on your house or on a spot on the ground.
Explain this phenomenon to me.
It is called ultra-localized rain.
How does that happen?
So, all I know is that the rain, let me call it rain cell, can precipitate around just one area. And then it pours on that particular spot.
Why that particular spot?
It's like asking why does it rain in Kisumu every other day?
Yes.
It's just one of those things that
where
happen.
It rains every other day is actually Kericho.
No,
not every other day. Every day.
Every day, yes. In Mombasa as well, it rains every day.
Doesn't.
It does.
Not.
Bro.
Mombasa.
Si ndio nakushow. Okay, I don't know. I don't live in Mombasa.
You live inaitwa Kitengela, sio Mombasa. Na hapa inyeshi.
Wacha sasa nikwambie.
Yes.
Wacha nikwambie ukweli. Kwetu hata Nairobi ikinyesha, kwetu hakunyesha. I've never understood that weather. But you get what I mean?
But it rains in your place.
Yeah, it does.
It's not devoid of rain.
It does.
Yes.
It does. It's just that it rains erratically. Na
watu hawajipangi. And whenever it rains, that water just drains and it goes off. Si kweli?
Ni kweli kabisa.
Yes.
Yeah, but nilikuwa nakwambia hii ultra localized, like it can literally rain on a single building. It can rain on a tree, or it can just rain on one spot on the ground. It's called ultra localized rain. You can check it out.
Mimi naandika hiyo kitu chini. Sasa mimi nitakuwa na
unaenda kufanya research.
Itwa localized?
Ultra localized rain. Ndio hiyo sasa. Haya sawa, it's 18 minutes past 6 o'clock. Wakati wetu wa kuangalia kitu inaitwa www.radiogeneration.co.ke. What is currently making headlines in there? Well, I'll tell you this. Our first story is taking us all the way to where is this? This is Nairobi. So we have a story here by Tanya Wanjiku anasema MPs question fuel shortages despite confirmation of high depot stocks. Again, MPs question fuel shortages despite confirmation of high depot stocks. And they are saying lawmakers have expressed concern over persistent fuel shortages at petrol stations despite confirmation of high fuel reserves at Kenya Pipeline Company Storage Depot. The National Assembly Energy Committee, led by David Gakaria, on Tuesday inspected Kenya Pipeline Company facilities in Nairobi and Kisumu following widespread complaints from motorists across several counties. Officials at the depots demonstrated automated monitoring systems showing real-time fuel levels in Nairobi. Tanks were shown holding millions of liters, including 10 million liters of diesel and more than 2.4 million liters of super petrol. Kisumu depots reported over 11 million liters of petrol and about 23 million liters of diesel. After the inspection, MP said the data and physical checks confirmed adequate national supply levels. On Monday, when CS Wandai and his team met parliamentarians, including, actually it was that team led by Honorable David Gikaria, they said that we are good to go. We have got enough supply for another 2 weeks. They also said that they shall be reporting new fuel prices yesterday, and they were asked, so by how much is, should we expect a rise? And they said, it's confidential information. It's like, what do you mean it's confidential? We need to know. We are the ones who are going to be buying that fuel anyway. So shock on us. Sahi mafuta ni 206. Wale wajanja jana walienda wakapiga laini kwa petrol stations, wakakaa hapo masaa mengi sana ndio avoid this 28 shillings jump per liter. It's crazy, man. It is very, very, very bad for people who are using their vehicles. Really? It's bad, man.
Look, the question that I want to ask this morning is, why is it that we don't have oil reserves? 2 weeks is not a reserve. That's an emergency supply.
That's not even a reserve, city. Hiyo tu ni mafuta yenye iliingia some 2 weeks ago.
That's what I'm telling you. It is an emergency supply.
Like if a ship doesn't dock at Mombasa, we are done.
My question again, why don't we have oil reserves? We are the channel through which countries in the hinterland in East and Central Africa get their fuel oil from. And we don't have oil reserves.
Jana tulikuwa tunaongea na the lady Mercy John, Remember we were talking about electric vehicles? I think it's time we consider these things now.
Me personally, I like vehicles that are powered with diesel and petrol.
Okay.
Hiyo wacha tu niseme, so hii electrical thing the more tunaongea, wale ambao wanataka kuongea about it.
Waendelee kuongea.
It is a good thing waendelee kuongea because hiyo ni sawa.
There is a vehicle created by which company is this? My goodness. Am I forgetting the name of this company? I'll remember it. I promise you I'll remember it. But the vehicle, Lucid is a company that makes electric vehicles. They have made this sedan, watu enye huku Africa watu wanaitanga saloon car. They have made this saloon car. It's electric and it has a range of 500 miles.
There's a vehicle that Toyota Kenya has been marketing, which has a similar range, 450 kilometers. And they tell you can...
That's not the same range. 450 kilometers and 500 miles is literally 800 kilometers.
Ndio, si ati sikushika hiyo.
Okay.
Nilishika.
All right.
I'm just saying, let me rephrase it.
Okay.
The electric car sensation iko na sisi. Na mimi niliuliza swali tu moja. Hii gari ikipata shida. Ni sehemu gani on this road to Kisumu ambao kuna mechanic anaweza kudeal na hiyo gari?
Aya, look at it this way. Hiyo gari doesn't have a lot of moving parts compared to internal combustion engines. Right?
I also don't have very many moving parts.
So this vehicle has motors. Motors probably on all the four wheels. Some have one motor that controls all the four wheels. But for the cars that have got these very long ranges and so on and so forth, that have got a lot of power, they'll have 4 motors. So you'll find that is the only moving part.
So the thing ambayo inasukuma kitu ni battery.
Ni battery, simply.
Sasa kitu ambacho mimi uliza na hii kitu.
Battery kiisha.
No.
Okay.
Tusiende huko.
Baskeli?
That's where we're going to end up.
Okay.
Zamani nilipokuwa mtoto mdogo.
Naam.
Kulikuwa naona baiskeli ilikuwa na kitu ilikuwa inaitwa dynamo. The dynamo ilikuwa ni kapisi kadogo hivi.
Kana shikishwa pale kwa tire.
Yes. And you have light.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes.
So hapa hizi gari ambazo tunapeleka
ndio
kuna kitu inaitwa alternator.
Alternator, yes.
Hiyo alternator ina continue kucharge
battery.
So hizi gari ambazo zinatumia battery.
Right.
Instead of history mingi tunapigana sijui port ya kucharge, sijui ni ya kucharge, ni ya kucharge.
Si itumie dynamo.
Bro, simple question. Or the equivalent so that ukipeleka gari inakuwa tu ikicharge
perpetually.
The problem is utatoa watu kwa kazi. Watu ambao wanataka kuwa na petrol station ya stima hawatakuwa na kazi.
Lakini sasa shida ya dynamo tu ni moja. You see, you are the fuel. You as a human being.
Yes, but in a car,
you're the one, you know, so the energy you dispense while cycling is the energy that goes to the wheels, and then the wheels move, and then the wheels move the dynamo, and then the dynamo powers the torch.
Oh, hiyo ni sawa kabisa.
Right? Lakini sasa hii gari nyingine, it's just like your phone. So you charge it to full charge, and it has that energy.
The phone doesn't move. It doesn't have wheels. A car has wheels. It moves. That's why I brought in the concept of the alternator, bro.
Now, and I'm telling you, what you're saying, you know, we can't get deep into...
No. I was just raising the point.
Yes.
Ili ujue nimekupostia notice na hizi electrical cars you keep talking about. Hii ni mchezo wanacheza. They can produce cars that charge as they move along. But typical of business people who think the way they think, you have to build a whole ecosystem around it.
They can't.
Of course they can.
They can't.
They can.
You cannot have unlimited power. Because number one, energy rather, which is power. Because number one, energy cannot be created, cannot be destroyed, it can only be transferred. Those are the laws of energy. So the moment you create a dynamo, that dynamo will be, you're saying that it will be moved by the wheels, right? What do you think is moving those wheels?
See you.
There's a so you cycle your vehicle from here to Kisumu.
The principle of cycling has to do with the wheels of the vehicle moving.
Yes, but the wheels of the vehicle, what are they being moved with? There's a battery. So eventually that battery will run out. It will.
Battery ni battery. Battery nini? Battery. Kwa nini walitoa alternator?
Kitu tafanya CT. Ndakutumia link. Ndio uone venye electric vehicles will work. Hauwezi weka dynamo kwa gari. It won't go anywhere.
Alternator.
Sawa CT.
Nilianza na baiskeli and I scaled up my discussion.
Sawa.
So kuna watu wanaelewa hizi vitu kutushinda. Maybe in time wanatueleza lakini mimi sielewi. I honestly don't understand.
As a matter of fact, it gives us an opportunity to invite someone from that industry.
Let's look for someone from that industry aje tueleze hizi vitu zinafanya kazi namna gani.
We'll get an engineer. Okay. So like we said, diesel has gone up by 40 shillings and petrol has gone up by 28.69 shillings according to the latest EPRA review. So in case you're just waking up and you're wondering, leo mafuta ni how much? Bas nishakwambia from 178 shillings all the way to 206 shillings. That's how much you're going to be buying fuel for this morning. MPs get nini They get a fuel allowance. Sindio?
Hakuna kitu wapate.
Hai.
There's nothing they don't get. Fuel allowance iko. Sijui kuna allowance ya kupiga round kwenda kwenu. Sijui kuna allowance ukikaa ukiongea ambao ndio kazi yako ambao unalipwa mshahara.
Yes.
Kwa sababu kwa committee. Which is part of the work that unafanya.
Birthday allowance.
Mshahara. No. You are paid, bro.
Okay.
Bro. Okay.
Nairobi divided into 3 policing zones in major security overhaul. So Nairobi is heading into one of the biggest security restructures in years, with the government preparing to divide the capital into 3 policing zones as part of a new command system set to be launched alongside the Nairobi Metropolitan Police Unit in May of this particular year. TIA Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has confirmed that all preparations for the rollout of the new unit are complete, saying the capital will now operate under a redesigned structure aimed at improving coordination and response to crime. Under the plan, the city will be split into Nairobi North, Nairobi West, and Nairobi East, each placed under a dedicated sub-regional police commander. Nairobi North will be based in Pangani and will cover Kasarani, parts of the Central Business District, and sections of Eastleigh. Nairobi West will include Westlands, Kilimani, Langata, and Dagoretti, while Nairobi East will handle Embakasi, Njiru, and Buruburu, with its command center in Buruburu. So watu wa Imara Daima watakuwa under Nairobi East, Now, each of the 3 commanders will report to regional police leadership, a move authorities say will strengthen supervision and reduce delays in communication between stations. The reforms are part of wider security changes ordered by President Ruto aimed at improving urban policing systems. There we go. Nairobi East, Nairobi West, Nairobi North.
Kwa nini mwacha South?
I think South imemezwa na East na parts of West.
Walikwambia?
No, from this thing venye me mention, because Southland inakwanga side gani?
Is there Northlands?
Yeah, we have Northlands.
Yeah, Southlands ni wapi?
Si Southland wakina South Sea, ukisa si imechukuliwa na Nairobi West.
Let me ask a question. When you talk about demarcating this it's for security purposes,
yes,
right?
Yes.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What was the previous structure? What is it about it that has warranted this change? Because change comes out of necessity. Necessity being the mother of all inventions and creations and demarcations.
So you're asking what has necessitated?
Yes, I am asking. This is the broader sense of the word. Not seeking
crime. I think it's crime.
Yeah. No, not seeking a response now as I speak, but simply asking, can this be explained to the citizens so that they can understand? Of the things that the government does, they do. Just explain to us, please, so that we understand. Yes.
Again.
And what it will mean. Yes.
We hosted the Nairobi regional commander here sometime before Christmas.
We did.
Yeah, we can call him back at this new. What does this mean going forward? What does it mean going forward in terms of how administration is going to be undertaken and how it will help fight crime?
That we can do. That
the previous Nini didn't do. And are we going to have new police stations? Are we going to have different police stations? Are they going to do new recruitments for new policemen? I mean, what's going to happen? Are they going to have a different uniform for Nairobi County, which will be cool, to be dope? Takuwa na kaivu na wanamanzejo afande venye mengaro nasema huyu sasa. So, it's time for us to do traffic. Let's check out what is making headlines as far as your roads are concerned. Next Gen Mall that is on Mombasa Road is looking clean at this particular moment. So this is the Southlands area. Sehemu za kwenda South C, South B, hiyo yote iko sawa sawa. Nairobi West iko sawa. And then we are taking a look here at Mombasa Road from Cabanas as well. It's moving quite well. If you're on the Eastern Bypass heading towards the Mombasa Road, hapo sasa ndio kuna kizungumkuti. Hapo unapata ka traffic kidogo hapa na pale, lakini it's just pockets. I'm assuming these are bus stops for guys who are taking the matatus. Alafu kuna hii barabara inajulikana kama Outer Ring Road. Outer Ring Road is not looking bad at this particular hour, which is a good thing, isn't it? Then tuangalie Mombasa Road. Mombasa Road is looking clean. If I head on over all the way to Thika Road, usual spots pale Muthaiga, watu wa Kiambu mnapatana nyinyi wote pale na watu wa Pangani, hence the traffic. Alafu tuangalie turudi nyuma Kenyatta University, ukikuja Githurai yuko sawa, hakuna shida yoyote hapo hivyo. Alafu ni zoom out kidogo niangalie watu wa Mombasa wanasema vipi. Mombasa iko sawa. Hakuna complaints pale. Naona watu wanaotoka sehemu za mbalimbali wakielekea towards Mombasa. Barabara ile inajulikana kama sasa ni barabara gani? Likoni Ukunda Road iko sawa kabisa. Tukienda upande ule mwingine, hii barabara inajulikana kama mbona ijaandikwa jina? Links Road iko sawa kabisa. No complaints coming from that particular area, but if you do see something, please let me know. Holla at our brother.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
All right, time for us to check out what's happening in the papers. I will start with the Taifa Leo. Taifa Leo inasema hivi hapa mbele. Mtu asiguze ndoa yetu. Ala. This is according to President Ruto. UDA na ODM zitaendelea kushirikiana na wale wanaotumiwa kuzuia mgawanyiko hawatafauli. Ngoja kidogo. UDA na ODM zitaendelea kushirikiana na wale wanaotumiwa kuzua mgawanyiko hawatafaulu. Yule aliandika hii hakufanya kitu inaitwa punctuation. Lakini amesema nini? Mtu asiguse ndoa yetu. Alafu rais pia asisitiza ushirika wa UDA na ODM hautavunjika na kupuuza wanaotabiri kusambaratika kwake. Serikali kuwaruka serikali kuwaruka wanavyo serikali kuwaruka wanavyuo vya kibinafsi, so private universities. Wanafunzi wa vyuo vya kibinafsi sasa kukosa ufadhili. So they're not going to be getting help anymore. What do they mean? Sponsorship, I guess you can get that story on page 3, which I'll probably take a pic and see what exactly they mean. Hofu mafuta machafu ya kiuzwa nchini, yabainika mafuta hatari kwa injini yaliingizwa katika mfumo wa usambazaji wa bidhaa hiyo. Unakumbuka tukisema hivyo sometime last week?
Tulisema nini?
Ulisema kwanza ndio ulianza hii story ukasema hiyo mafuta inaweza kuwa imeingia huko ndani. Na sasa kuna wengine wamekujoin wakisema there's a very high likelihood that fuel is actually in the country.
The information on how that the reverse process of taking that particular oil to the ship that brought it and to wherever it had come from was scant. That's number one.
Yes.
Number two, Bwana Chomba alitueleza vizuri sana about how oil comes to the country, mali inasalia kabla haijasambazwa kwa matumizi ya wananchi, pia alituelezea vizuri
kabisa.
But Kenya Pipeline and the individuals involved never issued a statement to tell us iyo mafuta, because this story didn't begin yesterday. It began some in the middle of March.
Oh yes.
So during that long period, nobody tells you how that oil was deposited, where it went to, blah, blah, blah. That story, they had a huge gap.
Yes.
So as I said then, it lent itself to a situation where we could speculate wildly. And I was speculating wildly. It appears that wild speculation may have been actually fortuitously pointing towards the truth that had been hidden then.
Yes.
I am not even sure that fuel was adulterated. No. I think it was a narrative that was created so that people could feel that, yes, the government is looking after their interest, and that fuel, which is adulterated, is being taken away. The scientists who deal with fuel should have gone to town on this matter and said, let's explain to you the contents of the fuel we use in Kenya. Why you have lead and unleaded. What sulfur does and what it doesn't do. Okay?
Yes.
So that when someone tells you this thing had a quotient of sulfur which went beyond the limits that we accept in the country, we know what you're talking about.
Yes.
And now you're just talking sulfur, you're talking lead.
Tunasikia tu mambo.
Yeah. Ile table ambayo tulikuwa tunaangalia elements ilikuwa inaitwaje?
Periodic table.
Periodic. Sasa wameturudisha skuli, tunaambiwa mambo ya periodic table.
Yeah.
Kuna sulfur, kuna lead. Kuna then unleaded, so there's also unsulfur, sindio?
Yes.
Bro, an opportunity was missed.
Yes.
This is where those in the Ministry of Energy, and by the way, kuna wasomi hiyo ministry.
Yeah.
People who can explain this thing to you until you feel you're educated. Why didn't they just come out and explain to us all these fine details that when we read the articles that speak to this particular subject, we know what they're talking about.
Yeah. It's true. I mean, like you've said, scientists should have come out and told us why exactly this is a bad idea in terms of having fuel that is, high in sulfur or has got this manganese that. But one thing I know, if I remember my chemistry very well, is that when you burn sulfur, you oxidize it. And when you oxidize it and you have that released into the environment, then that's a harmful substance.
And it burns a very bright light, doesn't it?
It does.
Yes.
And when people breathe it in...
Oh, sumu.
You can imagine having sulfur in your lungs.
Sumu.
So with time, because of course it's very low contents of sulfur that you're going to be breathing in. Yes. But with time, you can imagine all the vehicles on the roads, the lorries and the trucks and
sulfur,
our vehicles.
Yes, sulfur can actually usher you into the realm of transcendency very quickly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ujipata umeanza kupata some chronic breathing problems.
Wacha hivyo, unaongea na watu ambao hujakutana nao before.
Bas.
Na nakwambia sasa hapa tukwambia ile program iko.
And let's not forget, because the same blood goes to your brain.
Sasa brain mazee kuna vitu
when you have small contents of sulfur building over time, you start getting problems such as dementia. You start getting other issues with your brain, cancers and so on and so forth. Like, the list is endless in terms of what it can do to you, and that also touches on lead. Why we have unleaded fuel nowadays.
Lead ni sumu ile mbaya
hiyo sasa ni mbaya. Hiyo ikiingia kwa damu,
unasikia lead poisoning.
Ndio hiyo sasa.
Hiyo bro,
it's a wrap.
On your marks, get set,
go
away. Yes.
Haya, Ruto atumia miradi kukabili Matiang'i. Rais atangaza miradi ya mabilioni ya pesa kuwashawishi wapiga kura wa Gusii kule Kamunga. Alikuwa huko jana. Pata hiyo katika ukurasa wa 4 wa Taifa Leo.
Akaongea na wananchi wa huko.
Niliona pia wa viongozi wengine wa upande huo kama vile gavana Simba Arati. Nilimuona pia, I think anaitwa ni Jahir Jenda.
Huyo.
Mheshimiwa wa huko pia. Niliona pia akiongelesha watu akiwapatia mapesa. Watu walipatiwa do, my friend. Himizo Sifuna awe naibu wa Kalonzo mwaka wa 2027. Wabunge wa Wiper Pwani wapendekeza hivyo, huku Kalonzo akisema wako upande mmoja. Pata hiyo katika ukurasa wa 2. Alafu kuna vidokezo pale, Arsenal pema wakiwaalika Sporting katika mchuano wa UEFA. Gunners inajivunia ushindi wa bao 1-0 na Bayern wanaowaalika Real Madrid. Pale utaipata katika ukurasa wa 20. Timu yangu ya Liverpool jana ilitandikwa proper. It's bad.
Bale pole.
Asante sana. It's bad, my friend. Tulitandikwa 0-2 na PSG. On the Star newspaper front page, they're saying that Kenyans hit as fuel price hike pushes up living costs. That story is on page 2. So in Nairobi, petrol is retailing at 206 shillings and 97 cents. Diesel at 206 shillings and 84 cents. Yani diesel and petrol are retailing at the same price. Kerosene retailing at 152 shillings and 78 cents. In Mombasa, it's just minus 3 shillings on all those fuels. In Kisumu, it's more or less the same, but diesel is up by a couple of like 41 shillings because it's at 207. And kerosene as well, it's also expensive in Kisumu at 153.03. Petrol is cheaper actually than Nairobi, because in Nairobi it's 206.97. In Kisumu it is 206.85. Again, sielewi mathematics. US-Israel-Iran war has affected global supply. So, hence why. Boda rider sentenced to life imprisonment for defiling 6-year-old girl. That story is on page 3. Oburu calls crisis meeting as UDA and ODM cracks widen. That story is on pages 4-5. Medina Okot has become the first Kenyan player to be drafted into the WNBA, that is the Women's National Basketball Association. Wow. Is it basketball? You know about basketball, eh? WNBA. Aye. Kudos to her. Good job. Alafu pale on the front page of the Standard newspaper, fuel price shocker. Again, they tell us about the fuel prices. Pale juu anasema decades legacy killed 6 months in death. It has taken 6 months for ODM and its leadership to undo what its founding father Raila Odinga built over 5 decades. The once formidable party base is wobbling as leaders fight off any competition, real or imagined, and his four-turned friend William Ruto is having a field day in his backyard. That's so is on page 6. They're calling it decades of legacy killed 6 months into his death. IMF, stop lying. This story is on page 4 now. The country's bid for an IMF bailout has hit a brick wall, with the IMF warning of billions in hidden debt beneath official figures. The Kenyan officials in Washington, led by Treasury CS Mbadi, have embarrassingly been exposed as liars. Hey. Let me just read it again. The country's bid for an IMF bailout has hit a brick wall, with the IMF warning of billions in hidden debt, and they're putting hidden in quotes, billions in hidden debt beneath official figures. The Kenyan officials in Washington, led by Treasury CS Mbadi, have embarrassingly been exposed as liars. Now, this story is on page 4 of the Standard. City, over to ya.
Yes, the issue of lies seems to permeate our print media. The headline in The Nation has something in bold. But before we get there, there's a story of Medina Court as well. Kenya's rising star in U.S. elite basketball. All right. And then there's a story of how cooperative wasted $2 billion in bogus land deals. Then Ruto seeks to calm growing tensions within ODM. Before I get to bang in the middle of the paper, I want to look at certain stories that are interesting here. The probe, this is a story about how SIC, Investment Cooperative, members, this is what they say, SIC members' property dreams turned into 2 billion losses. It's a growing trend of how people who've saved in SACCOs, people who've joined units that are supposed to help them grow their portfolio of wealth creation, and how, because of bad management and outright theft, the people whose money was being used and people who saved these SACCOs, how they have lost big.
Yeah.
But the story that has alarmed me is a story that actually takes place in Embu. This one has been written by George Munene. 2 people were shot dead on Tuesday after chaos erupted during a protest of Ishiara, Embu County. What were they shot over? The problem that arose is this. The 2 young men died on the spot when anti-riot police opened fire on residents demonstrating over the poor state of Ishiara Level 4 Hospital in Mbere North constituency. Residents said the facility was in a deplorable condition, blocked toilets, lack of an ambulance, and dilapidated buildings. Protesters initially attempted to storm the hospital but were repulsed by heavy armed security officers, triggering tension that spilled into Ishiara town and along the Ishiara road, where the demonstrators blocked traffic and caused a major jam. Why did they need to shoot those people?
So that they can not cause chaos.
As though that stopped the chaos. You shoot people, what you do is you escalate the situation.
Yeah, for sure.
You don't reduce it. Could this matter not have been resolved differently?
It should have.
There's a governor in Embu.
Yeah.
There's a member of parliament who they are MCAs in that particular place.
For sure.
Are you telling me that this thing could not have been resolved so that the community could have had their should we say the issues resolved? Because by the time people are protesting, it means they've been bringing up these issues, and the response is that they have been ignored. And now they are saying, okay, sisi nakwisha toka. Okay? Now, on page 5, there is a story where someone in the nation seeks to explain why excess sulfur manganese are bad for vehicle engines. Okay? And they explain what the fuel scandal is about, what standards are Kenyan motorists, how does sulfur in fuel affect engines, what risks does manganese in petrol pose, excuse me,
Pole.
how does the imported consignment compare with East African community standards, how did this off-spec fuel get into Kenya? These are the questions that were asked and the answers were provided. Story by Kabui Mwangi on page 5. Bad fuel already in market, Senate is told. A consignment of substandard fuel at the center of controversy is already in the market, the Kenyan Pipeline Company has said. Acting Pipeline Company Managing Director Pius Mwendwa told the Senate Energy Committee yesterday that the petroleum was mixed with existing stock and released to oil marketing companies. Did I not suggest that this was likely to happen?
You did. You definitely did.
You know, it is not a good thing. I'm not happy that what I was saying is true. Because if wild conjecture like the one I had turns out to be true, do you know that rise? So conspiracy theories like yourselves are going to have a field day. Yes. Because you just imagine the wildest thing that can happen. And in this country, it looks like it'll be pointing to the truth. That is not a good thing. Because in this case, it isn't a good thing that was happening. And from this interview that we have on page 5 of The Nation, the conclusion is that the imported fuel did not meet Kenyan or East African standards. What I keep asking is, why did these people brought in the fuel, not just bring fuel that met our standards? Why? If you want to bring fuel, why don't you just bring the one which meets the standard? Why did the Ministry of Trade give them an exemption? You're giving an exemption on the standards. How do you do that? The standards were set for a specific reason. Why do you give them an exemption? Because of emergency reasons. Really. We were told we had fuel for 16 days. There was a window. By the time this process began, the fuel problem was not 16 days. We had fuel for more days than 16. So where was the emergency?
You know, it makes me wonder if this can happen, what else is happening that we do not know of?
Did we not ask that question also?
For example, are we getting drugs that are substandard?
That question has been asked many times, specifically with reference to antiretrovirals.
Sababu kama tunaweza cheza hivi na mafuta, then tunacheza na vitu zingine nyingi sana. Tulicheza hivyo na cooking oil. You know, that scandal. So if they can do that for things such as mafuta ya kupika, mafuta ya gari, my friend, they can do that with our medicine.
Just so that we do not forget, let me just mention one thing. There's a story on that one. See, there's this thing called Metropolitan Area. The guy called Odero. Interior CS briefed on the proposed structure, the one you're talking about.
Yes.
Command responsibilities in the new police unit. The guy called Odero, who is now going to head the Nairobi Metropolitan Police. But there's something I should mention here before now I go to the headline that we're speaking of. There will be no state scholarship for students in private universities. They will only access loans with scholarships now reserved for students in public institutions. I have a problem with this.
All right.
The students who seek for bursaries or for scholarships are Kenyans. The scholarships are not for the universities. They are for the students. And so long as they are Kenyans, they are eligible, whether they go to a private university or they go to a public university. So when you start to cause that division, to what end? Why are you bringing about this division?
For example, let me ask. Kenyatta University offers medicine.
It does.
Mount Kenya University offers medicine.
It does.
Kenyatta University is public. Mount Kenya is private.
Yes.
Are the fees the same?
I don't think so.
What it costs to train a doctor in Kenyatta University, is it the same? I don't know.
Government subsidizes those costs.
Yeah.
The cost is the same.
So even if you go to MKU, the cost is the same.
It's usually the same. It's just that when you're in a government institution, it's subsidized. That's what you don't realize.
Yeah. Aya. Ukienda, Kemu also offers medicine.
Yeah.
So if you go to Kemu, is the fees the same? So when they say that they will no longer, and this is just an example, they'll no longer sponsor students in private universities. So if you go to Kenyatta University and you want to study medicine, and perhaps another one of your friends goes to MKU and they want to study medicine, so the government is saying that ule wa MKU atalipiwa scholarship.
What I'm actually asking is, so when you go to a private university, you cease to be a Kenyan?
It's a good question, CT.
Yeah, I have to ask it, because when you say the sponsorship is only for people in government, the reason why these private universities sprang up was because there were more students seeking university entrance than there were university spaces available.
And when they say that they are sponsoring you, do they pay the fees to the school, or like what usually happens?
It's actually paid to the school. You see, I don't understand. A scholarship is a scholarship. A government scholarship is for Kenyans, young Kenyans who purpose to expand or extend their education. So does it matter where you go to?
I don't know, man.
I don't think it does. It should not matter. It should not matter. It's like this SHA thing. So if I go to a private hospital, SHA should not work because it's only meant for people who go to government hospitals. Really?
Because when you go to Kenyatta Hospital, okay, not Kenyatta, a public, let me just say any public hospital for circumcision, for example.
Mbagathi level 4, yes.
So if you go to Mbagathi level 4 and maybe
5, whatever.
Yeah, and maybe circumcision there costs 4,000 bob.
Yeah.
Yeah, so SHA can comfortably pay for 4,000 bob.
It can.
But when you go to Aga Khan, of which I do not know how much they charge, but this is just an example.
This is for example.
Yeah, they charge 60k. Government can be, but why are you using 60k there? And yet here we can pay for you 4,000.
No, they'll pay 4,000.
And then you pay the difference.
They've told you them they're paying you 4,000. 4,000 is the cut-off limit that they're paying. Yes.
So wait after 56,000.
Yes, if you are on dialysis,
yes,
they'll tell you we will pay this amount twice or 3 times. Okay? They used to pay for 2 sessions, now 3, because there was an appeal they understood. So it doesn't matter where you go.
Yeah.
They'll pay it. So now, if we use the same principle of scholarships, so you're saying, if you go to any of the many private hospitals that we have,
right?
If it is not a government owned, so SHA cannot pay. This argument doesn't make sense. And whoever came up, we it's early in the morning, so let me just speak nicely. Whoever came up with this idea, could you please just revise it? Because you're discriminating.
And reconsider.
Yes, you're discriminating. If you didn't know, we are telling you you are discriminating, and this matter is going to go to court. You cannot discriminate. The scholarship is for the student, not the institution. The student. And the student isn't learning at home. The student is learning in an institution, so that institution is paid so that their learning can take place. That's all that you're doing.
Maybe they just want you to go to a government or institution, basi.
But hakuna nafasi za kutosha bwana. Why do you think that we introduce a parallel system in public universities? Because we understood the capacity, we understood what we could do. So you introduced a parallel. So people who qualified for it, but the cutoff point was so high, they were left out. So they could have an opportunity to actually study. These institutions are meeting needs that exist. If you went to those private universities and found classes that are empty offering that course, then you'd know we don't need this. But they have students. Let me go to the bang in the middle of the paper story.
Okay.
But this story of scholarship.
Kidogo tricky.
No. There's somebody called Dr. Edwin Wanyonyi, University Fund Acting CEO. He says the key change is that students are no longer eligible for scholarships, only loans. Okay, let's go to the Daily Nation. It is a crying shame that a country like Kenya, with so many well-educated people, come up with... Anyway, back in the middle of the paper, backlash, the controversy cargo has triggered criminal investigations. It has, huh? Okay. A substandard fuel consignment that the government ordered the importer to ship back a week ago has already been pumped into Kenya Pipeline Company system and released to oil dealers. The 6,000-ton petroleum haul has high levels of sulfur, over 4 times the permitted limit. And Opio Andai, the CS, is being quoted on April the 2nd. He said, One Petroleum Limited, the company that imported said product and invoiced all marketing companies, is directed to exit their product out of the Kenya as soon as possible. So what are they going to do? We received a waiver letter from CS Trade to allow the consignment into our systems. The fuel was allowed into the KPC systems and later released to the oil marketing companies. KPC acting MD Pius Mwendwa has said, God Almighty, the excesses are what catches you out. You have a nice gig going on, and you are quietly milking the company and pilfering willy-nilly.
But when you decide to double,
extra. That is when that system fails you. And the very thing you didn't think would happen happens.
Yeah.
Because before you were moderated and you creamed off the top. Now you want to go a little deeper and you want to cream off the substance itself. Then something that you had not foreseen happens, and suddenly it's glaring at you, and it will have massive repercussions. More people are going to lose jobs.
Yes.
And more people are going to have problems. And for the first time,
yes.
Paul, I told you this before, and I'm telling you now.
Tell me again.
Before we get to the election period in this country, some people are going to go to jail, and some fairly senior people.
You think so?
I know so.
When is today? 15th April,
yes,
2025.
Yes, when you have an election round the corner and you are the CEO of the country and people whom you gave jobs are pulling stunts like this, the fingers will point to you. So you'll need to do something to show the citizens that you are actually looking after their interests, because the people you appointed aren't looking after their interests, but you are looking after their interests. So some of these people will see jail time.
Wacha tusalimia watu hapa. But we have remembered this date, 15th April 2026.
Wataona jela.
Yeah.
Scholarships ziko. The ones we're talking about, at is azipeanwi. Ajima watapewa.
But it's my father's birthday. I should call him.
Congratulate him.
Nimwambie happy birthday. Wakanda Nation amesema, good morning guys, watching you from Empire State. Well, pole sana city. Karibu sana Wakanda Nation. Robert Koros amesema, tuned in from Kabarak, Nakuru, Kenya. Bruce Lee, good morning. Na Ombambalani gani sisi? Ombambalani. Ombambalani gani? Which language is this?
Just read and move on, please.
Aya, nani Robert Koroso amesema, I don't think I understand this message, but anyway, Morrison Dato amesema, good morning, happy midweek and mid-month. Dikombo amesema, boy sasa mbona wadanganya muhenga na nywele nyeupe kuhusu mvua. Ni ile story ya Mombasa nilisema kuna nyeshanga daily.
Ndio hivyo.
But nilisema pia siishi Mombasa, so sijui. So I won't pretend to know everything about Mombasa. Yeah, but tumesema Mombasa hakunyeshi kila siku, si ndio?
Inanyesha ndio, lakini sio kila siku.
How often?
I don't know the frequency.
Yeah, but in a week
it rains during the so-called rainy season, short, whatever those things are called.
Then why do they have a bloody ocean?
I don't know. What do you mean, why do they have an ocean?
If it doesn't rain daily.
Kericho doesn't have an ocean now. How come it rains daily?
No, you see, there are different kinds of... Anyway, we'll get into that later. The real estate, Dubai uses hygroscopic cloud seeding, primarily deploying specialized aircraft to shoot salt flares, which are made of potassium chloride and sodium chloride and magnesium, into cumulus clouds. Yes, I remember watching something that to this effect. Alafu tuko na Samuel Maina. Good morning. President Ruto was on top of vehicles during Uhuru's reign fighting fuel subsidies. Sasa atafanya?
This is the thing. Remember there's an anecdotal manner or adaptation that I'm going to talk about, where people say, when you make a law that works against your enemy, please consider the time when it is your enemy in power, and how that law may work against you.
Yes.
Kuna watu kama wewe ambao wanabelieve kuna kitu inatoka karma. Na wanakwambia karma is an XYZ.
Did you say people like me?
Yes, you.
Okay. So.
Oh, did you want me to say somebody else's name?
No. Robert Koros, Robert Samuel Mena amesema hivyo, president alifight subsidies. Aya, 2.0 anasema, and this is exactly why some of us are always encouraging people to keep peace regardless of political differences. I keep saying there are no winners in war.
Good person, that one, good person.
Ushika waliokuwemo na wasiokuwemo. Kama sasa sisi tunakula stress ya mafuta na hata hatuko huko sijui Dubai ama sijui ni wapi huko Iran watu wana fight. The real estate anasema key projects include 150 Dubai based. Historia yake ni refu, wacha ndaisoma baadaye. Joel Kedioke amesema city knows what he is talking about, kinetic energy, but the capitalists won't let that happen. Hiyo story ya dynamo na capacitor na alternator.
Yes.
Real essay nasema electric vehicles aka EVs, regenerative braking charges batteries while slowing down. All right, and then we also do have zine ni messages zimejirudia. Alando amesema good morning people. Mbuvi, you surely must remember when City perfectly explained how sugar, in quotes, import happens. Don't be surprised that substandard products are indeed in circulation in our great country. Alando, and that scares me a lot because me, I have relatives who actually rely on medicine. We're talking about diabetics. We're talking about people who are recovering from cancer survivors and so on. And I cannot imagine if we actually getting substandard medicine, that will finish.
Scary stuff.
Yeah.
Yes.
Tindis Mungala, uni auntie yangu, amesema, good morning City and Movie. Well, good morning auntie. How are you doing? Let's get into this thing we call the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Matatu Owners Association Chairman Albert Karakacha has announced a planned hike in Matatu fares effective today following EPRA's monthly fuel review. Karakacha stated that he is consulting with members across the country before implementing the fare increase. In the new prices released on April 14, 2026, diesel has gone up by 40 shillings and 30 cents, while petrol has increased by 28 shillings and 69 cents. The price of kerosene remains unchanged.
We've been consulting and we will push the prices for bus fare up starting from tomorrow, because if you see that we normally use diesel and the diesel has gone up with 40 shillings. If you try to match with what we've been spending, it's around 206. So maybe from tomorrow, we've been talking to our members all over the country, and we know that they are going to adjust their fare to go up. We know that the common Mwananchi is the one going to suffer.
The nurses' strike at Kenyatta National Hospital has been called off after talks between the government and the Kenya National Union of Nurses and Midwives. Health Cabinet Secretary Eden Duale says the two sides reached an agreement after hours of negotiations. Nurses are now expected to return to work immediately, ending the disruption at the country's main referral hospital. Kenyan taxpayers could lose another 3.2 billion Kenya shillings in a cancelled fuel deal. The loss comes after a multi-billion shilling contract was called off just hours before the fuel shipment arrived at the port of Mombasa. The Senate Energy Committee has now launched investigations into how the deal was awarded and later cancelled. There are also concerns the situation could worsen, especially if tensions in the Middle East escalate.
As at today, based on the market rates today, if we were to dispose of this product, we are staring at losses of upwards of $25 million. Yes.
They attempted and manipulated data so as to be able to bypass that framework. Was this fuel already offloaded? And if it was offloaded, how are you then going to be able to separate that fuel? I'm just finding it a bit difficult.
President William Ruto has ordered the immediate removal of a contractor from a road project in Nyaribari Chache in Kisii County. The president accused the contractor of incompetence and causing delays that have left the project unfinished for years, despite being launched back in 2018. Ruto directed the contractor to leave the site immediately, saying a new contractor will be brought in to speed up completion of the road.
Huyo contractor atoke kwa barabara. Huyo contractor ameshindwa. Si ndio? Huyo contractor amehangaika hapa tangu 2018. Huyo ni mtu ya kujenga barabara? Ama amekuja hapo urembo? Na ametusumbua tena barabara ingine ya Sosera huko. Sasa wewe mtu ya Director General ya Kera, wewe bwana simama hapo, wewe bwana Magondo. Huyo contractor sijui anaitwa nani? Mahan. Sijui Mahan. Huyo contractor mwambie atoke kwa barabara yangu, aende achome makaa. Si namna hiyo? Atoke kwa hiyo barabara na atoke kwa barabara ya Sosera. Tafuta contractor mwingine ambaye atakuja kujenga hiyo barabara.
Separatist fighters in Cameroon's English-speaking regions have announced a temporary ceasefire ahead of a visit by Pope Leo. The group say they will allow safe travel and stop fighting for 3 days to protect civilians during the Pope's visit, which begins on Wednesday. They say the move is meant to respect the importance of the visit and ensure people can move freely without fear. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 7 minutes past 7 o'clock. How are you doing? Salamu zimfikie, amejita a very interesting name on X. That is Derek Kiss. Is it Derek? Yeah, Dexy, sorry. Says, hey there has been a car once created to run on water, and this should have helped us big. You know, there are a lot of conspiracy theories around these things, especially cars that were created to run on water, others on air, others on hydrogen, oxygen. And the people apparently around those creations died mysteriously. So, again, I say conspiracy.
Paul, we have the bicycles which can fly now.
We have what?
Bicycles which can fly.
Yeah.
Yes. They are configured with a contraption at the back and at the front, which has propellers.
Yes.
So when you get to a place where there's an incline or there's a dip, you simply switch it on ahead of time. It
can fly.
And
it's a cycle.
Ile power ya mguu, ile dynamo, that same thing.
Yes. But you really need to cycle really hard.
No, you just cycle though you're cycling. Okay. It's assisted, so the propellers on both sides and they start moving, and your bicycle is flying, and it lands softly and continues.
Sitizi vitu unawachingi wapi?
You think you're the only one who watches these things on YouTube?
Anyway, we shall be talking about this engineering marvels at a time that we have designated, and we have tasked our producer to actually get us someone. Na amesema atatupatia mtu. But this particular morning, at this particular hour, we want to talk about the raising integrity bar in the judicial service. With us is the Deputy Chief Registrar at the Judiciary, and he is also the Judiciary spokesperson, Honorable Paul Ndemo. A very good morning to you and welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you very much, Paul.
Karibu tena sana.
City, very nice to be here.
Yes.
Thank you.
We welcome you fully.
Last week,
thank you.
Last week we hosted Chief Magistrate Honorable Sitati.
Yes.
And we had a very lengthy conversation on matters to do with dispute resolution, especially at the family level.
Yes.
And there's some things she said I actually didn't think were possible here in Kenya, specifically on matters to do with divorce. Like, the courts can give you time to go out there and just have a conversation, vent, fungua, ongea kile kiko rohoni, alafu rudi. I only thought that these things, they happen in court, and, court is a very, it's a very serious space, if I may say.
Yes.
Lakini sasa kama kuna mahali naweza na nifungue roho, niseme vitu singesema mbele ya watu wengine, hiyo ni poa sana.
No, kabisa. Yeah. In fact, you see what's happening, and maybe she may have said this.
Yes.
That the judiciary is increasingly moving towards alternative justice systems. You see, with the new constitution, there's a lot of emphasis on what other means are there other than what we'd call the mainstream.
Yes.
Going to court, someone tells you, I'll see you in court. We'll deal with one another there.
Right.
So increasingly there is that understanding that the idea is how can we resolve the issues. Is not, our system is what we call adversarial. It is you versus me. And a lot of times the outcome is your guess is as good as mine.
True.
One party is happy, the other party is not happy. So where we can get to a place where there is a mutually beneficial outcome, then why not?
Even better.
So particularly in family matters,
right?
Some of the cases that have really stayed in court, you find is just maybe a family member who has had a beef with the other sibling for the longest time. So when something small happens, someone says, we'll meet in court.
True.
But when they're given an opportunity, just go home and discuss this issue. People sit down, discuss, okay, fine, we had our problems 10 years ago, but on this particular matter, I think my brother, my sister should take this portion, I should take this portion. And it is
and
resolved.
we call it a day, yeah.
Yeah. So we are really emphasizing
Right.
actually a lot on alternative justice systems, on mediation, and our mediation conference is starting today up to Friday. So it's a big deal, and it's something that we really, really want to encourage.
Now, before we get deep into this conversation, City has a proverb coming all the way from the country of Uganda. Last week we did Kenya, and I enjoyed our proverbs. But today, the one that he gave us from Uganda, I found it quite interesting. So, City,
Yes.
cheza kama wewe.
Asante. No matter how powerful you are, you can never make the rain fall only over your home. Paul was busy trying to tell me that scientifically it's possible. And I wanted
Well,
to
you cannot make it rain, but
because of
it can rain.
technology.
Yeah, but you cannot literally make it rain in your home. But you're right, no matter how powerful you are, maybe in the future when the technology improves. But yes, there's a phenomenon where you can actually witness rain just pouring in a spot.
You know, from antiquity it has been raining and they didn't need technology. So now we've gone as far as what science has taught us, and we understand how rain comes about. But for it to just rain over your house,
That's quite something. I mean, you don't have the monopoly of power or resources.
No, you don't.
It doesn't matter who you are. It really doesn't matter. And when you look at the world or you look around us, you need other people. You can't do it alone. Even if you think you have it, you'll discover someone else who is. You just talked about social media. Yes. Paul is very good in social media.
Oh, yes,
so
he's our
you may
resident
you may find someone else who's very good in something else. But you can't be extremely good in social media, then extremely good in something else.
True.
Everyone has got their own small portion. So
I agree.
I would imagine maybe that's what the proverb is talking to.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Interpretation is all, and every time someone interprets it, I usually just I marvel at the kinds of ideas that people have. And then it reminds me that, by the way, there's a lot of diversity in how people think.
That's true.
Getting back to the judiciary, maybe you can explain to us your role as a deputy chief registrar, and maybe just the office of the registrar of the judiciary and what it's all about.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Fine. Thank you very much, Paul, for that question. Allow me to just backtrack a little bit and just talk about the judiciary as a whole, just the structure. Because I realize sometimes, we assume that people know, but, so we have different levels of court. Starting from the very lowest court, we have what we call the magistrates' courts. So these are the courts that listen to maybe 90% of all our cases. Small assault here, small disputes, low-level amounts of money. So from what we call the magistrates' courts. So from the magistrates' courts, and these are at different levels. We start from the resident magistrate, senior resident magistrate, principal magistrate, senior principal, chief magistrate. But they're all magistrates' courts.
All right.
So that is, and this we have across the entire country, 143 court stations, from Busia to Lodwar, Lamu to Loitoktok, all across the country. Then from there we have the next level of courts, which is the High Court, or the courts of equal status of the High Court. So you have the High Court, then you have the Employment and Labor Relations Court, which deals with the employment matters, as the name suggests.
Yes.
Then you have the Environment and Land Court, which deals with the land matters and the environment, again, as the name suggests. So above that, now we have the Court of Appeal. Above the Court of Appeal, we have the final court, which is the Supreme Court.
Yes.
So in all these courts, you find when a matter is determined at the lower court, the magistrates' court, if one wants then to have an appeal, you'll go to the High Court. Then from the High Court, you'll go to the Court of Appeal and eventually to the Supreme Court, of course, depending on the type of matter there is. But in addition, we have tribunals, which now, after the new constitution, fall under the judiciary. So these tribunals, once their matters are determined at their level, should there be an appeal in those tribunals, then they come straight to the High Court. So you have different tribunals dealing with a very specific area. So you have like sports tribunal, you have energy tribunal.
Yes.
You have the small enterprises tribunal. Quite a number.
And who sits at those tribunals? Judges still?
Not judges.
Okay.
So these are people who have been appointed There are competitive interviews, so people are appointed, and you sit there as tribunal members to determine those matters.
Okay.
So it's not magistrates or judges.
And not everybody who sits in these tribunals have legal training.
No, actually, the majority don't. So you'd find, for example, in a tribunal like Capital Markets Authority, we have one like that, Capital Markets Tribunal. You have people that are schooled or good in capital markets, people who understand what happens there.
Economics,
things like those. Yeah. So sports, you'd have people that have got maybe some understanding or some bias or some history.
They're probably sportsmen themselves.
Exactly. You'd find
But surely
that.
there must be somebody or some people who have a training in legal matters.
No, we do. Actually, invariably, in all those tribunals, you'd find maybe one or two people. There'd be some representation of people with some legal knowledge. Because at the end of the day, you must sit and make decisions,
based on
determinations, based on the law.
Yes.
But that is not everything. So you'll need, you remember your proverb? So it is. So you'll find the lawyer, but the lawyer may not understand issues to do with the energy fully. You'll find somebody in the insurance. So you need somebody with some insurance background, so that as you give these decisions, then you have that understanding. Okay. You have the tax tribunal, which has got different members. In some of the laws, what you find is that they even give a portion and say we'll have so many members. Out of these, say 9 members, 2 of them will be lawyers. Then others will be non-advocates. It's distributed like that. Okay. But it's so as to bring a richness, within that decision-making framework. So broadly, that is the judiciary. So in the judiciary, you have in each of those courts, you have got a registrar who is responsible for the running of that court.
All right.
So the registrar is the administrator.
But they have to be lawyers. So they administrate and organize the running of that court, ensure that that court is resourced. They coordinate and just make sure that everything is running.
Do you need any specialized training to be a registrar?
Apart from being a lawyer?
Yes.
Okay.
You're an administrator. That is a completely different function.
Okay. Yes. So what happens is once you are appointed to that role, then you're given some training, just to help you appreciate. Of course, you need to understand how the organization works.
Yes.
The specific court, because you are doing it's a quasi judicial function that you have in making sure that court runs. So each of these courts has got their own registrar, and it is supported with other registrars, deputy registrars, and assistant deputy registrars. So I'm just giving that. It's quite a behemoth,
right? No.
So,
it makes sense.
Yes,
it makes sense, because if the registrar isn't there, who then carries on those duties?
Exactly.
If the deputy isn't there, who then carries on those duties?
Yes.
It is virtually impossible to have a situation when that tier has people who head them completely absent.
Exactly.
Yes.
In fact, what we do have is it's the deputy registrars now who are in charge of specific courts, because the registrar is overall for the entire court. So take, for example, the High Court, or let's take the Magistrates Court, the one I talked about. Magistrate Court has got 145 stations across the country. The registrar magistrates courts cannot be in all those places across the country. So for purposes of our magistrates courts, we have got people we call heads of station, who are magistrates in themselves. So they sit and preside over cases, but they are also administratively responsible for the running of those particular
So they have a dual role.
They have a dual role.
So that happens in stations where what is specific or what is unique to them?
So that one is for all the courts. You need to
all
have
the courts where you have a magistrate.
Where you have a magistrate. So you must have a leader. The team leader is called the head of the station. So the station here is the court. So the head of that station is a magistrate. They sit and preside over cases, but they also run that court administratively. But where in a court you have a high court, for example, because in some stations, take for example Kisumu,
yes,
you will have not just the magistrates court, you will also have a high court there.
Yes.
You will have the court of appeal there.
Yes.
You will have the environment and land court there, and even the employment and labor relations court. So to help in the administrative running of these other courts, like the high court,
yes,
the registrar of the high court who sits in Nairobi cannot sit in those courts, cannot be in Kisumu. So in Kisumu, we'll have what we call a deputy registrar, who will be in charge of the administrative function. They also sit and do some judicial work,
yes,
but they are tasked with the administrative function.
When you say
that,
yeah, when you say they sit and do some judicial work, what do you mean? Like they preside over cases?
There are some cases that they will actually listen to. There are some orders, for example, the High Court judge will give and say this order, should be done 1, 2, 3. Then it is the deputy registrar to sign off against, that. Sometimes people come and they want to bill, they want to be paid their money, is what we call taxation. The deputy registrar can sit and do that kind of work in court.
Okay.
So I was just giving that to show the hierarchy.
Yes.
So you have the registrar, you have the deputy registrars who are responsible for the day-to-day administration of the courts in the high courts. Then you have the assistant deputy registrars just to continue helping that work. Then above the registrars now, you have the chief registrar of the judiciary.
Yani sasa mdosi ambayo ni mkubwa
wa maregistrar wote. Sasa ndio registrar.
In fact, in the previous regime, not regime, but in the previous constitution,
right,
they used to be called registrar of the High Court. So their equivalent, to understand this, is like the principal secretary in a ministry.
Okay.
It's just that now this is an arm of government.
Yes.
So this is the person who is responsible for the operations of the institution, for the resources of the institution. That is the chief registrar. But apart from the registrars, the other role is that because they are the administrative heads, they also are responsible for the other supportive functions. So the procurement, the finance, the accounts, the ICT, and these are all headed by directors. So the chief registrar then sits at the top as the administrative and human resource head. So supported by directors,
right,
and supported by registrars to ensure this function is done.
So how does a registrar get to that position? Are they appointed? Do they apply? And then the Public Service Commission, like how do those people get to those positions?
Yeah. So when there's a vacancy, sometimes the advertisement could just be internal, but sometimes when there is when there's a vacancy, then people may be asked to apply.
Okay.
Then when you apply, the Judicial Service Commission will take people through the interview and determine and say, okay, this particular individual then can fit into this position. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Can I ask this question?
Yes.
You have environment and land
court.
Yes. You have employment and labor courts.
Yes.
Which other courts? Let me call them specialized courts. Do you have?
Okay.
Small claims court.
So small claim. That's a good question.
Yes.
The small claims court is a part of the magistrates' courts. It operates under the magistrates. It's just that for them, their what you'll call their jurisdiction, or what they can do, is limited. It's specialized in the sense that the matters need to be heard within a given period, by law, 60 days, and then you can only hear matters that are 1 million and below. So that in that sense, then they are specialized. But at the level city that you're asking, the High Court, you only have the Employment and Labor Relations Court, and the Environment and Land Court, and then the High Court. Now, within the High Court itself now, you have got divisions. So you'll have a division that is dealing with the commercial matters. Another one is dealing with criminal. So in the criminal, that's why you'll have murder trials being done. Then you'll have another one for constitutional matters and judicial review, where people are challenging the constitutionality, for example, of a decision. by a government body, and someone goes to the High Court, that is where they go. So there is, within the High Court, there is specialization, but it is all considered High Court.
Yes. So why do we then only have the environment and land courts and the employment and labor courts? What is special about
those two issues?
Yes. Because I would have, in my thinking, you actually go to the heart of the matter. Commercial issues.
Yes.
Some of them morph into what I may call economic crimes.
Yes.
Okay? When we look at the level of what we call corruption, which is really an offshoot of the impunity we have, those cases, we hear them every single day. And the magnitude of those crimes are not envisioned clearly. But if it is public coffers that have been interfered with, the ramifications are dire. The fundamental things that should have been the rights and should have been deliverables for the Mwananchi is automatically lost as a result of that. Why is it that we don't have a court that deals with these economic crimes specifically? I'm using that as an example. I'm not saying it should be created. I'm just saying you've explained that these courts exist. If we have land and we have labor, very important. Why not this one?
So let me back up a little bit. So we actually do have an anti-corruption court.
We do.
We do have an anti-corruption court. But what happens is, because the anti-corruption court, when we are dealing with the trials of anti-corruption court, they are done at the lower court, in the magistrate's court.
Why?
Well, that is the formulation of how the cases are done. So these cases will be done in the magistrate's court, but we then have a specialized division within the High Court again that deals with corruption. But at that level, we are now dealing with appeals that may be coming from
the lower court.
The magistrate's court.
Okay.
Yes.
So let me ask the question, really. Yes. So what is it that needs to be the matter for it to be determined that it's a High Court issue as opposed to an issue that is dealt with the magistracy?
Okay. The biggest issue normally is the amount of money, what we call the jurisdiction of the court. So you'll find a magistrate who is just coming in. You can only listen to a matter whose monetary value is this amount. Then once you go to the next level, I think this much should be, I think, 5 million.
Yes.
So you keep on progressing until you get to the chief magistrate, who can listen to a matter of up to maybe 20 million.
Okay.
If the same transaction, let's take a commercial transaction. If, for example, you are doing a transaction that is worth 100 million, a magistrate court will not have the jurisdiction to listen to that matter. So you can have the exact same transaction done, but the different amounts of money. One will go to the magistrate's court, the other one will go to the High Court. In terms of commercial.
Okay.
In terms of commercial. But in terms of trial, you know, trial is where now the court sits
and listens.
The High Court listens to murder cases. So a lower court will not listen to a murder case. So in the same way, a High Court will not listen to an anti-corruption court in terms of trial, where you're bringing witnesses after witnesses, talk about that is done in the
lower court,
in the magistrate's court. But should any matter now arise from there, like there is an appeal, then that matter will go to the High Court.
There was the matter that dealt with Anglo-Leasing and before that Goldenberg.
Yes.
Those cases were heard at the High Court. Or did they start with the magistrates?
They started with the magistrates.
And then they went up.
They went up, yes.
But the amounts that at the very onset involved in those cases were...
No, they were huge. But you see, the trial itself, it doesn't matter the amount, because it's the trial, it will be heard at the magistrate's court. And it will be done by a very senior magistrate.
What's the logic?
Well, it's the way, I think it's the way the law was done, the way the framework was done for hearing of cases. So there was a categorization of all matters, all this and this and this type of cases will be heard at the lower court. These other cases, like I've said, a murder case will be heard in the High Court, and this is what we inherited those many years ago, because you find
and we can't disinherit it.
No, there are some things, of course, we can change, from legislation, that can be changed, but there was a categorization of these particular cases will be heard. It's the same like counterterrorism matters,
right?
Because there are still trials, they will be done in the lower court. But now there are courts that were created because of the sensitive nature, like Kahawa and in Mombasa, where the way the court itself is done is sort of like a security place. It's not installation, yeah. So it's not just being heard anywhere just because of the security concerns. But it will be done in the magistrate court. Then if there is any issue like you want to appeal, then it goes to the High Court.
Yeah. So like those courts that those special courts, they were entrenched in law, or they were just created within the judiciary. Like, if we wanted a corruption court to be established, would we need to legislate it, or it is something that can be done within the judiciary framework?
Some things can be done within the judiciary framework, but for the Employment and Labor Relations Court and the Environment and Land Court, that are the same level as the High Court, that came by law. That came by law. And I think the feeling was that these matters are so important,
right,
that when we mix them all together, like at the level of the High Court, because the High Court was handling all these matters, so anything to do with employment, anything to do with the environment, it will be done in the High Court. But it was felt, why not just distinguish this completely, so that then it is given due attention. So you find when you're employed as a judge of the Environment and Land Court, then that is your expertise. You see, as it is right now in the High Court, and this is a good distinction, you can be moved from being a judge who is in the Constitution Division to then you'll be taken to deal with criminal matters, and then you can be taken to go and deal with civil matters.
Yes.
So you are not quite, you cannot say you are, and then even tax matters will also be heard. So you are not quite an expert in a sense in everything, but for the environment, you can only be in the Environment Court. You will not be moved from the Environment Court and taken to sit in the High Court to listen to another matter in the High Court. No. If you are employed as an environment judge, that is where you will stick from the beginning of your career to the end of it.
Seriously?
Yes.
Why?
And even city, you want to bring a motion to. It's a choice you make. It's a choice you make and say, I want to be a broadcaster. This is my forte. I'm throwing it back to you now. This is what I want. This is what I want to do.
Yeah.
I love land matters. This is what I want to focus my career on. Of course, you can grow.
Yes.
You can grow. Just like in the recent interviews you saw, the Court of Appeal, you can move from being an environment land court. You can then apply to become a Court of Appeal judge when those advertisements are made. Then you can become a Court of Appeal judge.
Yes.
Now, as a Court of Appeal judge, you listen to everything. But when you start off, if it's environment, it's environment. If it is employment, it's employment.
Yeah.
Only. But High Court now, you can go criminal, civil, constitutional.
Okay.
Right. Like that. Yeah.
It's just like there are some folks who in journalism, for example, there are hosts who are really good in politics.
Yes.
So if you throw them in sports,
that's it.
Umeharibu.
That's it.
They don't know the name of the athletes. They don't know which team is playing for what. And the others, they are really good in sports. You throw them in politics, anashanga ODM ni nani, UDA ni nani. There's that confusion. So perhaps it's something similar to that, right?
It's like having a general practitioner. I think like in medicine.
Yes.
You'll have someone who is general. You'll go and
a GP.
A GP. They can tell you this, they can tell you this. And I mean, they are good. They are good in the area. But then you have someone else who is an oncologist. They have studied
cancer.
Another one will be an orthopedic
surgeon.
So when you have an issue specifically, You won't be told, go and ask the GP. The GP will be probably the first point of entry.
Right.
They'll tell you your parameters are looking like this. I think you need to go and check here.
A specialist.
But then now, when you go to a specialist, this is all that they have done.
All right.
So that distinction,
yes, now
was just made so that people can now have more specialized service and more dedicated, because you're doing this every day. So when somebody comes to you, I can quickly tell, I think this is the issue here. Yes.
So having those specialized courts, does it make, number one, those particular issues easy to tackle, and also in terms of speed, are they tackled within a good amount of time? It doesn't take long, so I don't have to be in court for 75 years to have my case determined.
Yeah, it certainly has and would, because if you are appearing before me every day, and the only thing I'm dealing with is environment-related matters, I become an expert. So when I can see the issue that you bring a mile away, I can tell this is the issue we are looking at, this is the issue we are looking at, this is the issue we are looking at. So you find, because of that specialization, then it's you get to quickly, the issues very quickly get to be distilled, and you can then make a decision on that. So definitely there is a difference in terms of speed and in terms of the quality of work that is then done in the different cases.
Perhaps then we need to champion for an anti-corruption court.
There is an anti-corruption court.
We actually already
have. Like one that will. Okay, I know you said we have.
We actually have. I think the bigger issue would be the capacity. The capacity of the existing courts, and I think, having interacted with the city before, we've talked about the issue of numbers. Is a big deal, and it's such a
what is the issue here?
It's a fundamental.
Okay, let me help
question.
Paul here. It's called funding. If yes, it is, because for you to be able to provide these services at the level that you would like to,
that is it.
There needs to be adequate resourcing.
Completely.
If there isn't adequate resourcing, then you can dream all you like.
Exactly.
You will not be able to achieve this.
You won't be able to.
Because there are all these plans that exist. I know, because I've interviewed members of the judiciary and I've been told. There are even specialized schools where members of the judiciary go to get trained so that they can increase their capacity.
That's true.
But if there are no resources, these things that we're talking about become very, very difficult to achieve.
And resources here means we do not have even the human resource to deal with that.
That's exactly what I'm saying, actually. In addition to funding, which is very big. So let me give you a very practical example.
Okay.
We have approximately now 660 magistrates for the lower court. These magistrates handle. We have last year alone. Let me give the global statistics. Last year alone, for the entire judiciary, 620,000 cases were filed.
620,000. Oh,
1,000.
Okay.
Were filed. Now, those 620,000 cases are supposed to be determined by approximately 600 magistrates.
So that's like 1,000 cases per magistrate.
Now, then add judges who are about 200. So if you break that down, you are talking about a magistrate dealing with maybe 1,400 cases per magistrate.
Is that even possible?
Per year.
Is that even possible?
For a judge, is approximately 800 per judge per year. Now, if you break that down, then you start to see why we are talking about backlog. Because, I can happily report that last year, for once in a very long time, we were able to have what we call a case clearance rate of 104%, meaning we were able to determine slightly more cases than those that were filed. So 620,000 were filed, but we determined 640,000 cases. So these are, of course, from the older cases plus the current ones filed. But what that means is that it is very difficult for you to have a case filed now and then determined within, let's say, like within 1 year. Unless we are looking at the small claims where you are supposed to have a matter determined within 60 days.
Yes.
But with those numbers, 1,400 it is very, very difficult. So if you want to see cases, and I know we like comparing ourselves with very developed jurisdictions, which is very good. But in some of those jurisdictions, you will find a judge or a magistrate maybe has only got maybe 300 cases in a year. That's all. Now, if I have 300 cases in a year, which is still not a small number, but you see you can organize yourself in a way that these matters must be concluded within this year.
So do these cases also include like traffic offenses?
Everything.
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 Okay.
Everything.
Oui.
Everything. So if we need to increase those numbers, what we have determined we need now, for instance, just magistrates alone is 1,200. So it is double of what is operating. If you have double that number, then you can be sure this 104% that we said we did last year, this can easily go to even 120% or 130. And within a period of maybe, say, 3 or so years, you can find the backlog coming down. And we are so aware as the judiciary that one of the biggest pain points of Kenyans is having cases that take long in court. We are not happy about it.
You're making me feel lucky because mine was determined within a very short period of time.
That is very
but that speaks to the efficiency that the courts had actually attained.
I know of people who are still in court today.
Yes. Some
my relatives who've had issues for a very long time.
You see, it isn't spoken of, so people do not know what it is that the courts have done when all these new changes came about.
Yes.
Justice Mutunga rang that particular bell and set the ball rolling.
That's true.
The Constitution allowed for certain things to take place. Justice Maraga did his thing, but Justice Koome has taken this matter a notch higher, if you ask me.
That's very true. If you look at automation, we are really we've invested heavily, as much as we can in automation, and the difference that is making is now starting to become visible. So, for example, despite those numbers we are talking about, that these numbers are are few, we are maximizing on the resources that we have. So we have an initiative, for example, which we call Mahakama Popote. Mahakama Popote initiative just recognizes that there are people, there are stations that have got a lot of cases. So if you take, for example, our Milimani court here in Nairobi, which is like really the engine, that is thousands of cases, actually hundreds of thousands of cases in Milimani. You'd have, because justice must be across the entire country, we have courts in very far-flung areas, and in those particular areas, you don't have the same volume like you have in Milimani. But so that we distribute the work from Milimani, because of technology, we have mapped out magistrates in those far-flung areas and said, you take some cases from Milimani. You listen to those cases
that makes sense.
Virtually.
Yes.
The person will be seated in Nairobi.
Yes.
But you determine the matter from
Kajiado,
from Marsabit, wherever, from Wajir. Listen to that matter. They don't need to travel there. You do that, and justice will be served from there. Last year alone, we were able to resolve 14,000 cases, just like that.
Through that system.
Through that system. So those are maybe 14,000 litigants who would have had to wait for their matter if it is in Milimani or Mombasa or Thika, which are extremely busy stations.
Yes.
They'd have had to wait and just queue and just, But now, because of that initiative, that has made a difference.
It makes it very efficient.
It made a difference. Wow. We have got automation across the country. Now you can now have your matter in literally any court now, heard virtually from wherever you are. So those are some of the things that we are trying to do to see how can we create efficiency, how can we maximize on the resources we have, as we keep on pushing, of course, for more, so that we have more human resource and more funding to help us expand and just serve the people.
Mheshimiwa, help us understand how is the judiciary funded? I know our taxes are the ones who pay, but how is the judiciary funded? In terms of how does the money get to you? Does it come from Treasury? How is the judiciary funded?
Yeah, so Parliament is the one that is responsible
for budget making,
for budget making, and of course now engages all entities and gives the budget. So we have to go and defend our budget before Parliament and just say this is what we need, this is the sort of resources that are required to get us this, and then the funds come through Treasury. Now,
and who does this before the Parliament, Pole? Who does it?
So it's the Chief Registrar.
Okay.
The Chief Registrar, myself as the Deputy, and the supporting team of directors and all. We go and do that on an annual basis.
Nimekuelewa.
Yeah. What's important though, I think, for this conversation is that the judiciary is the only institution that, under the new constitution, said the judiciary needs to have a judiciary fund. There is no other institution, not even Parliament, no other that says that a fund has been given for that institution.
Okay.
And the reason is the framers of the constitution knew, and this is world over, that the work of the judiciary is a very sensitive job, because today you'll be making a decision against the powers that be. Tomorrow you'll be making against somebody else. And the question of if funding is not then ring-fenced, if that commitment is not made, excuse me, you will have a challenge in terms of funding. And we have been pushing that apart from having that judiciary fund stated in the constitution, can there be a consideration of getting a percentage of the national budget? Because as the country grows economically, you also need to have the dispute resolution mechanism grow in tandem, so that you are able to resolve matters quickly. So as it is now, we are getting 0.6% of the national budget. What we've been pushing for, and actually what is a best practice across the world, at least 2.5%. Because that way, then you can do the courts that you need. You can employ the personnel that you need. You can have the technology that you need. You can have the numbers, so that then you are able to move quicker.
0.what% now?
0.6%.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me ask the question: what's the judiciary fund supposed to do?
So the judiciary fund is meant to secure the funding of for the institution, because as I mentioned, when you have anything mentioned in the constitution, it means it's a serious issue. In fact, the only other funds mentioned in the constitution are the consolidated fund, to which all the money goes. You have the county revenue fund and other funds, but no single institution. So that judiciary fund was created. In fact, the ideal position really should be money should be the money that is required by the judiciary should actually be charged straight from the consolidated fund to the judiciary fund. Straight.
Yes.
So that you don't have these other intermediary sort of engagements. We just identify this is what is required, and then the monies go there.
Okay.
And that is why it was given such prominence within the constitution. So it is really just supposed to secure the funding for the institution.
Okay.
So essentially, you're saying that the judiciary fund would mean that once you agree on the percentage, the money goes directly to the fund.
It should.
There's no, you have to talk to IFMIS, you've got to talk to whoever else is supposed to talk to.
Consolidated fund
directly.
That's it.
Yes.
That is it.
Is there any institution in this country that has that privilege?
None.
Parliament?
None.
You see why I ask is because so long as then that is the status quo and that's what pertains, then we do have a problem. Because it means that the executive have an undue influence on the judiciary, courtesy of the fact that they have a big say in so how the monies that we have in our pot get divvied out to whoever needs it.
And that's why they want, because like he said, he started by saying, see, at the end of the day, you're dealing with the powers that be and others.
Actually, they are part of the powers that be, because our constitution...
Are the third arm of government.
Not in that sense.
No, actually, very much in that sense. Very, very much in that sense. For this very simple reason.
Let me understand, yes.
As I have observed the operationalization of the 2010 Constitution, this is what I observed. President Uhuru had the misfortune of being the one who came head on with it. And he had to do a complete mental shift from the Constitution he had grown up with to this one. And I could see the impediment that he had with great consistency was the judiciary. because there are things which he did which clearly represented how he thought they should be done. And the judiciary constantly told him, actually, no. What the law says is this, please. Yes, so just go and revise it so that you can consider. Now, when you come from a time when that never happened, because in the earlier time, the president more or less decided who was a judge, who was not a judge, who was not who, and so forth. So you talked of three arms of government just as,
by the way,
well, fictional discussions, because the institutions existed, but the independence, no.
Zero.
So here we are now. The executives around the world fight to have what you are seeking, because they full well know that the executive are full of politicians. And they have an internal fight within themselves as to what to do that will benefit them and how to marry this with what's supposed to benefit the nation. And anything that is part of government, as we call it, and is independent, is a direct threat to their power. That is the reason why you will find political parties seek to have a majority in parliament so that they can have the say they want in that particular house. It's the same old fight of control. Now, the third arm of government here, if it is the judiciary constantly runs interference with these particular thinkings and the operationalization of them. So this idea of the fund, keep waiting.
Hiyo kidogo, unless one of you becomes an MP.
Keep waiting, because
it's a very important discussion, because that needs to be secured. Because I mean, there are many. When you are charged with responsibility to interpret,
yes,
it's like a prefect or a goalkeeper. Let's take a goalkeeper. That's an easier example. When you're a goalkeeper, a referee.
Yes,
a referee. The work of a referee is not to it's just to oversee how are the players playing. So you don't come there with a predetermined mind and say it is this team that is
going to win.
No. You don't do that. For you, it is to interpret how the people are playing and make a decision.
Right.
And sometimes you have to make very unpopular decisions. That is just simply the work of an independent arbiter. That is all the judiciary is. And because of that, that funding, it needs to be protected. And that is why the world over, one of the important imperatives of the terms of a judge is that you cannot alter the terms of a sitting judge. It doesn't matter if you give them a benefit, you cannot do that. Because if you change, then it's potentially blackmail, potentially it is putting pressure, coercion. So that one is a no-go zone.
That's why you're given tenure.
You're given tenure, and you cannot say, now you came in earning 50,000 now from next month because of whatever has happened, you're going to get 30. That cannot happen. It can happen. And it is simply because of you want to safeguard that space. It is that independence that is being protected. It's not that this person is more special than other people. No. It is because of the kind of decisions that you have to make, what you have to be, what you have to arbitrate over.
Okay.
That is why.
But Brother Ndemo.
Yes, City.
There is the law as we know it and understand it as is in the Constitution, and then there is the law that we apply to our lives on a daily basis. Unfortunately, this law that we apply sometimes runs contrary to what is in our books. Now, we as a citizenry have also embraced the law of expediency. When I look at how we relate to traffic police officers and the trading that we undertake with them, they offer an inconvenience and
then they offer you a way out.
And then they offer you a judicious way out of it. And it's usually in a form that you can understand. It's called cash, okay? So that is us. At that level, it does not seem like it's a big thing, but it is that thought in the beginning of it that morphs into the larger indiscretions that we have when we now relate to the law in requiring, for instance, that the leaders we elect are held to account. The law, in my opinion, was not created so that people could be happy, and it doesn't work for people who are law-abiding. It is created because we understand the nature of mankind. Yes, and how we are given to errant behaviors that may not necessarily be conducive for the larger community. Why am I making this statement? Because the judiciary has to go above and beyond for people to understand not just the process of making the law practicable to the lives of the citizenry, but why it is absolutely fundamental to their livelihood. Because if you look at it in terms of just the little unique misdeeds that people do or the larger misdeeds, then we will wait for the misdeed. But there is a larger protective element that the judiciary, a role that it provides, that isn't emphasized, so it isn't seen, it isn't talked about. What we see as the practice of law and the adjudication and the orders and everything that follows, that is a manifestation of this larger picture, this larger role that the judiciary has, the responsibility that comes with it. And within it, you then see with clarity those who are determined that they must go against those things. Because would you say that issues that come to the courts in this country are increasing or decreasing?
Oh, they're increasing.
Precisely.
They're increasing. They're increasing.
Yes. If people were given to paying fidelity to the law, they would be decreasing, not increasing. So why? Now, if they're increasing, then don't we think that anything that has to do with the arm of government whose task is to oversight and to ensure that these matters are actually managed judiciously? Yes, so it is a question, and it doesn't, well, the answer may be easy if we're having an academic discussion, but the answer has to mirror the practicability of this thing. How does that get done?
So now I would say this, City, that you see, one of the things that we are trying to do, and is part of what we started earlier on in the morning, and say that we are looking at how can we explore other ways of ensuring that there's access to justice. Because at the end of the day, what the common man really wants to feel is that I've gotten justice. So if you come to court and you are upset, you have this commercial transaction, then we tell you, have you tried mediation? I mean, that is a very different approach. Because the common approach is you come, we'll say, we'll give you a hearing date, you'll come on this date, you give your evidence, then the court tells you this is it. But now it is, have you had a chance to go and mediate on this matter? That gives you an opportunity, so that now, from a wider sense, then people start to see it's not just about I'll have my day in court, with that adversarial sense that will come and will fight, and one of us, I'll show you what I've got. That is one. But two, we are also increasingly opening up our space for dialogue across the country. And now we have got, in our calendar annually a dialogue at least once. But our court stations are encouraged to have dialogue as much as possible, so that you have people coming to court, demystify what the court does, distinguish what is the role of the judiciary from the police, from the prosecutor, because a lot of times, even to the common person, some of these lines are very blurred. So distinguish this role so that people can realize this institution is actually your institution. According to the law, the power that is exercised, and not just for the judiciary, which is a very important issue in the new constitution, that the power that is exercised by the judiciary, by the executive, by legislature, is on behalf of the people. So we are doing this for you, but we need you to understand this thing that we are doing, so that you can support it and you help us to do this on your behalf. We have a fiduciary responsibility to ensure that this role is properly played, to be able to just help the citizenry have access to justice, and people feel that we are moving, we are living in a society that is governed by the rule of law. That has to happen, and someone has to take responsibility.
How does the judiciary hold itself to account? What are some of the mechanisms that you use to ensure that you keep your house clean?
So that's a very good question. And first, let me say that we are very, very committed. And that's why we are not hiding ourselves and saying that we are perfect. No. We come out, the consistent message that has been there is that we do not tolerate corruption. We seek to be open. And one of the very first things that Chief Justice Koome did when she came into office in 2021 was to invite EACC come to the judiciary. Can you tell us, because you have got the capacity and within your mandate, you have that mandate to review systems of organizations, procedures, processes. Come and review our systems, our procedures, and tell us where are we vulnerable. So that is one of the big things that we did. Invited EACC to come and do that for us. They gave us a report. It's something that we are implementing.
Okay.
But apart from that, we are required by law to have an annual report that talks about the state of the judiciary and the administration of justice. And the Chief Justice is required to make that presentation before the public, and that report is then forwarded to the Parliament for them to, also just interrogate it and see what is happening. So that is a way that we hold ourselves to account.
Okay.
Not to mention that Parliament has got an oversight responsibility, not over decisions, of course, but over the management. So we are accountable to, for example, the Public Accounts Committee in Parliament. We are responsible, to use that word loosely, to the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee of the National Assembly, where issues can be discussed. So you are not power unto yourself. And of course, we have the Judicial Service Commission, which is distinct from the judiciary, that holds staff and the judges, judicial officers to account.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Today is the beginning of the Mediation Summit, and it's going all the way till Friday.
Till Friday.
All right.
Where is it taking place?
Strathmore University. Yes.
Exactly. And who is invited?
So we have our mediators. We have approximately 3,000 mediators now in the country that have come up over the last 10 years. So some of those have been invited to come there. We have some international faculty that have come, some from the US, just to come and talk about the benefits of mediation. So it's really a great summit. Just bring people together to show the benefit. I don't know whether I mentioned that in terms of mediation, because we started this actively in 2016, and between 2016 and now, in terms of value, because I think people understand money. The value of the cases that have been determined through mediation alone, what we call court annexed mediation. So you come to court and we tell you, can you resolve this outside first? Yes, okay. Then you come and you say we did it. 103 billion shillings over the last 10 years.
Has been saved or has been used?
Not used. The value of the cases.
Oh, the value of the cases.
The value of the cases. 103 billion. That has been, dealt with within
that space.
Within that period.
Okay.
So, mediation is really picking up. We are increasingly also seeking an increase in our budget to deal with the mediation, because we have to pay mediators who are doing that. Because mediators are not; they're not magistrates or judges. These are people who are just ordinary Kenyans who apply to become mediators, trained. Then these matters are referred to them. They sit with the litigants.
But they're paid by the judiciary.
Paid by the judiciary.
All right.
Yeah.
So the event today starts at what time?
It starts at 9 a.m.
All right. Niliona pia kuna URL hapo. If you want to, you can check it out via the Judiciary website.
Yes.
And then you can join virtually.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much for this conversation. I have like 17 other things we need to discuss as far as the judiciary is concerned. So we will invite you again.
Call me.
Yeah.
Call us. Call us anytime.
No, we will call you.
Very, very much available.
Yes.
And we can even get other people that, if you need some more specialized, that we talk about specialization earlier. We can bring you someone who will talk to you about land.
We
can get someone just talk about land. What are the land issues? Of course, as long as we are not talking about any particular case, we'll get you someone to talk about land. Somebody talk about employment matters. What are the big issues? What are the trends? Those kind of things.
Na ya corruption.
Na corruption.
Hiyo mheshimiwa, hiyo lazima tutaongea.
No problem. No problem.
Sawa basi.
Thank you very much.
Here is where we come to an end as far as this conversation is concerned. But in the next couple of minutes, a different conversation will be taking place. Right now, though, here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is Radio Generation. Radio Generation Classifieds.
Admissions now open at Kitingala International Schools. offering CBE and international curriculum from playgroup to senior school with modern facilities and a nurturing environment for your child's success, offering both day and boarding options. Call us today on 0722-157-502 or 0794-264-430 or visit our campuses in Kitengela, Athi River or Syokimau. Visit our website www.kisc.sc.ke. Kitengela International Schools, excellence in education.
Radio Generation Classifieds. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. 2 suspects have been arrested in connection with the abduction and murder of a 9-year-old boy in Kajai, Githunguri sub-county in Embu County. The suspects, James Ngigi and James Mburi, are in custody after being arraigned in court. The case was reported after the victim's mother left the child at home under the care of his grandmother and sister while attending a family gathering in Kipipiri. Shortly after she left, the grandmother received a call from one of the suspects who allegedly claimed responsibility for the abduction. Nairobi is set for a major security overhaul, with the government planning to divide the city into 3 police zones ahead of the launch of the Nairobi Metropolitan Police Unit in May 2026. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen says preparations are complete and the new system aims to improve coordination and response to crime. Under the plan, Nairobi will be split into Nairobi North, Nairobi West and Nairobi East, each under its own police commander. Health workers at Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital have issued a 1-week strike ultimatum to the government over poor working conditions, delayed statutory deductions, and underfunding. Union representatives in Eldoret warned that services at the country's second-largest referral hospital could be disrupted if their grievances are not addressed within 7 days.
Walitoa pesa yetu ya budget. They reduced with 30%. Now this 30% has actually affected everything in terms of procurement of drugs for the staff and even the patients, in terms of food for the patients, in terms of running the entire facility of this hospital. So everything is down from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m.
Ida Odinga, Kenya's permanent representative to the United Nations Environment Programme, has distanced herself from active politics, saying her work and identity are rooted in industry rather than political engagement. Speaking in Mombasa, she emphasized that despite being closely associated with prominent political figures, she does not consider herself part of the political class. Her remarks come amid increased public attention following the death of her husband, former Prime Minister Raila Odinga.
When I lost my husband, Honorable Raila Odinga, I was still in the state of mourning, and that was very important to me, and therefore I was not able to come out and participate in political arrangements that you are talking about. Personally, I'm not a politician, and I hope you know that. My husband was, my daughter is, my brother-in-law is, people around me are.
U.S. President Donald Trump has said the war with Iran is close to over, hinting that a second round of face-to-face talks will take place in Pakistan in coming days. He expressed optimism about ongoing diplomatic efforts, even as tensions remain high. Meanwhile, the U.S. military says it has effectively blocked trade to and from Iran by sea as its naval blockade in the Strait of Hormuz enters a second day.
I had to divert, because if I didn't do that, right now you would have Iran with a nuclear weapon. And if they had a nuclear weapon, you would be calling everybody over there, sir. And you don't want to do that.
Well, you keep saying was. Is this war over?
I think it's close to over, yeah. I mean, I view it as very close to over. You know what? If I pulled up stakes right now It would take them 20 years to rebuild that country. And we're not finished. We'll see what happens. I think they want to make a deal very badly.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Ousmane Dembele scored twice as Paris Saint-Germain defeated Liverpool FC to reach the semi-finals of the UEFA Champions League. PSG, carrying a 2-goal advantage from the first leg, were tested at Anfield, but broke through in the 72nd minute through Dembele's fine finish before he added a second goal in stoppage time. Despite strong support from the home crowd, Liverpool were unable to complete a comeback and were eliminated for the second consecutive season at the hands of PSG. Kenya, Uganda and Tanzania will meet on Thursday, April 23rd to develop a roadmap for the AFCON 2027, which will be jointly hosted by the three countries from June 19th to July 18th next year. Sports CS Salim Mvurya said in Nairobi that the meeting will bring together ministers to discuss key preparations, including visa facilitation, tax exemptions and other logistical issues ahead of the tournament.
I've had a brief courtesy meeting. And our first point as government is to congratulate him for his new responsibility. And we have also recommitted, the commitment and reaffirmed the commitment of the government of Kenya to host the Africa Cup of Nations. And right now, we have quite a lot of activities before us to make sure that we host a very, very successful tournament.
And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 13 minutes past 8 o'clock. How are you doing? Salamu ziwafikie wale wote wamecheck in, Real C, Alando, My Tech 2.0, Bruce Lee, Robert Koros, Wakanda Nation. Interesting names indeed. Did I say Maurice Andati? Yes, I think I did. And the combo as well. Karibuni tena sana. Right now, though, it is 14 minutes past 8 o'clock. In the previous hour, we were talking about the judiciary, but in this hour, we want to talk about agri-business or agricultural financing and everything and anything that appertains to that. But before we get to that, Citi is going to be sharing his methali, or our methali with our guest today, Betty Mulemia Simiu. She's a senior commercial officer at Avenues. Betty, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you so much, and good morning to you too.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Citi has a proverb coming all the way from the land of Yoweri Museveni.
Okay.
Yeah. Citi. Cheza kama wewe.
Hii proverb is actually a fairly simple one.
Yes.
Easy to relate to.
Yeah.
No matter how powerful you are, you can never make the rain fall only over your home. Not no matter how powerful you think you are.
Yeah.
No matter how powerful you are, you actually are powerful.
You
cannot make the rain fall only over your home.
That's true. I agree.
Hata sisi
tunaagree. But are you able to relate it to like a real life experience?
A real life experience. No matter how powerful you are, you
Yes.
can never make the rain
fall over your
over your home.
Yes.
I think let me say we need each other in life, right? We are a whole ecosystem, and we are all a channel that is intertwined together to ensure that we make something happen. So even for the rain itself, I know we come from some Luya culture where they make it rain. Yeah, but you realize that life in general requires collaboration and efforts from various people with different skills and ability to make life happen.
Exactly. So no matter how powerful you are, you're not almighty.
You are not almighty. And you're not all-knowing.
Yeah.
True.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Now, Betty, you work at Avenues. What is Avenues all about?
Yeah, so Avenues is, we call ourselves an agri-trade financier. But in simple terms, I can say that we're a fintech that finances agri-SME, especially in the agri-supply chain. So meaning we leverage so much on the technology, robust technology, and we have built up systems that are in line with the trade cycles of the agri-supply chain in order to ensure that they are growing sustainably, they have the right inventory or stock to carry on with their business, and we are trying to fill one gap. One missing gap is access to cash flow for the trade to continue flowing, or for the agri-trade to continue flowing.
All right.
Or let me say for the agri-supply chain to keep moving.
So basically, nyinyi ni hustler fund wa farmers.
Hao ni nyota fund.
Yeah, ni nyota fund, hustler fund. Yeah, tuko na fund ya hustlers. Na hustlers we are talking about agri-business.
Wakulima.
Not
wakulima
specifically.
Agri-business. Okay.
Agri-suppliers and agri-traders. Let me give an example.
Please do.
Or a case in point, or a scenario. Think of the farm to fork concept, right?
Yes.
There is in between the farm to the consumer, the farm and fork concept. We have a supplier or an aggregator. We have a distributor who supports in the logistic. And then we have an off-taker or a buyer. So in this case, an off-taker can be either a supermarket, a hotel, a school, an institution that is ensuring this food is accessed by the consumer. So between the farm and the consumer, we have various people here. Yeah, the supplier, the distributor, the retailer, the stockist, anyone who is contributing in the agriculture ecosystem.
Okay.
In between that is our target market. So we are talking about supplier.
Yes.
Who is supplying fresh produce to supermarket, or an aggregator who is supplying maize to feed manufacturers or processors. We are talking about a distributor who is distributing agrochemicals to Agrovet. Agrovet is an agri-retailer. We are talking about a distributor who is also getting agrochemicals from the manufacturer.
Yes. Are you also dealing with processors? I think you mentioned. So if I'm processing agricultural produce, I manufacture sausages from this produce, or I manufacture salads, sauces maybe from the products, the tomatoes and so on.
Yeah.
You can finance me for that business.
Yes, we can finance you to buy raw materials now from the farmers. That is how we are contributing towards ensuring that the farmer is also sustainable.
Nimekupata sasa.
Yes.
Now, when you say that you finance them from scratch, or should they already be existing? Like, should I already be in the process of transportation, but I want to increase my fleet, or I want to expand in terms of hire more staff, or maybe specialized vehicles, or you can start from zero?
Now we finance agri-businesses that are already have been in at least 1 year operation. For any business to declare that I'm a healthy business, that I'm ready to continue to sustainably grow my business, 1 year is enough for you to get to know whether it's a business that I'm ready to venture into. So we look at a business that has at least been existence or operating for 12 months.
Okay.
It means as an agri-business, for 12 months, you have gone through all the seasonality.
Yes.
All the challenges of price fluctuation, all the challenges of unavailability of raw materials. So you can easily determine whether I want to continue with this business or not. So 1 year, we look at businesses that have already operated in 1 year.
Yes.
And what we look at is financing cash flow. So you realize that traditional lending models focus majorly on so many other activities around agribusiness. I want to buy assets, which is okay. I want to employ more staff. I want you to support in my operation. But think of an agribusiness or an agri-supplier who has demands from various supermarkets, right? And they have a credit term with some of these supermarkets. So it means I supply to supermarket A, but they're paying me under a specific credit term, probably 30 days. But in between, as I'm waiting for my money, I have an order somewhere else. So how do I get cash to go and buy more from aggregators or farmers and meet this demand? So avenues, now we come in to support you with cash flow. We ask you, you have a credit term with supermarket A, but you have an order with supermarket B. So when is supermarket A paying you? After 30 days. Okay, now bring that invoice. Let's discount it for you. Let's give you money so that you can also get more money to meet the other demand. In this case, we also have agri-retailers like stockists. Stockists can include agrovets, agro-dealers, cereal shop sellers, butcheries, or even fresh produce sellers. This person has demand from the consumers, but I don't have enough money to buy stock. So we'll ask you, where do you get your stock? I'm getting my stock from a distributor A. Okay, how much do you need? I need 500,000. So what we'll do, we will pay 500,000 to your distributor and ask them to deliver that stock for you so that you can continue with the cycle, the supply chain cycle. So what we finance is cash flow and trading operations of our business.
Wow. You've mentioned that traditional funding models, do not focus on some of the areas you've mentioned. But when I look at other institutions, for example, even banks, they have literally even created departments within their own systems whereby they focus on agribusiness. So are you any different from them? Is there anything special you offer above them, or have you just modified what they do and probably made it better? I don't know. How would you describe you compared to commercial banks, and specifically even local banks? Some of them have really gotten into financing specifically the business of agriculture.
Yeah, that's a good question. You realize that all of us, all lenders, right?
Yes.
Or people who are in the spaces of offering financial solution, we are all contributing differently. Yeah, I'd mentioned that in the farm to fork concept, there are various key touch points. We cannot all finance all the touch points. Even the consumer themselves also need financing. So what banks are doing, they're also being enabling access to finance in different ways. What also traditional lenders are doing, that's what they're doing, enabling. For us as avenues, we are also an enabler in that entire agricultural ecosystem. What they're doing is good. But for us, we identified a gap. A gap is an agri-SME or an agri-trader might not have the collateral that is required, right? So how else can we reinvent the wheel and ensure that what else can act as a collateral for this agri-trader or agri-SME to access cash flow?
Yes.
And what we look is the trade cycles or the transaction of the business. We want to see how is your relationship with your buyer and distributor or your distributor. If I'm a stockist, I'm getting products from distributor A. I want to get to understand how often do you trade with this distributor. Already with that transaction, that is collateral enough.
Yes.
I want to know as a supplier, if I'm supplying to supermarket or a hotel or a school, how often do I trade? What is my financial, my transaction with this kind of an off-taker? So already that is a collateral. So you'll find that traditional model offer finances not based on the transaction or the trade cycle of the agri-SME or the agri-business, but sometimes based on what else can you offer as a security for me to give you this money.
Oh, that's actually interesting. So
yes,
that The business I'm already in is collateral by itself.
It's collateral by itself.
So me supplying radio generation, for example, that one already is collateral.
It's collateral.
Okay.
I just want to confirm to radio generation. Does Betty Fresh Produce supply, or Betty Fresh, does she supply goods to you? Yes.
Yeah.
How often? Do you have an order from them? That's enough. Yes.
Okay.
The documentation
that
you can authenticate. Do you also authenticate this with your bank statement?
Yes, we also authenticate with the bank statement. And what we normally urge agribusinesses is also to ensure that they keep records, their business records, especially with their
all
bank
the transactions
statement.
that they have.
Yes.
That they have records.
Records. That is the receivables and the payables. So for that also we get to assess the relationship, the transaction that you have with your buyers.
And when you offer these facilities, what is the duration of the offer? A month, 2 months, a week, 3 weeks? 1 year?
Because we are focusing majorly on cash flow financing, and as I'd mentioned that we are an enabler, our financing is structured to suit the trade cycles, meaning that we finance according to the speed of the business. So I need to make an order now, you'll access money with that invoice now. And your buyer is paying you after 30 days, we'll ask you to pay us back when your buyer pays you.
Really?
After 30 days. So we are moving according to the trade cycle. When you talk about a stockist, I'm getting a product from a distributor. A distributor, most of distributors want cash. I'm giving you folio fertilizer to stock in your agrovet. I need cash. But you realize this stockist or agro dealer sells to the farmer over time in piecemeal. So we have to look at how long do you take to clear this stock. A typical, averagely, an agro dealer or any agri retailer will tell you 3 months or 2 months. Okay, let's structure this repayment according to the time that you will clear this stock.
Wow.
Yes.
That is actually, that's quite interesting.
Yes. So what you look is the trade cycle of an agri-business.
Yeah, because banks will tell you, my friend, end of month,
Actually, no.
End of month to Malizani.
Actually, no, Paul. Banks also structure, they call them products to meet such needs. The difference, from what I hear, is that they do not have the bureaucracy that banks have.
Yes.
That's number one. Banks must utangoja. Okay, so and so as to it has to go through a certain system, meet certain requirements, then go to the credit department, where some people look, and so forth. What I'm hearing is that they may offer something that you think is similar.
Yes.
But they are not a bank that focuses on lending you to buy a house. Some are lending you to buy a motorbike.
I was actually talking in regards to the agricultural products, but yeah.
Oh, yes. You see, that's what they're specializing in.
Yes.
So everything about them becomes that much quicker because this diversification of other things, they're not interested in lorries and motorbikes.
Yes.
Them, they're dealing with this. So it's very easy for them to come to terms and understand what your needs are over time and how to arrive at whether they can actually afford to give you the credit you need or not. Yes.
Yeah.
And then we leverage so much on technology, so we are paperless because we realize there's the aspect of speed and efficiency for these agri-SMEs. Most agri-SMEs, especially in the food ecosystem, they deal with, there's the aspect of perishability. So right now we're in the avocado export season. It means that if I have an order, if I need to get avocado from farmers, it needs to be very fast. And I need money to buy very fast so that I deliver it to a specific pack house, the order that I have. So you look at the food system in itself, there's the aspect of perishability. If it's commodity or grain, there's the aflatoxin, moisture content. So a specific supplier needs that maize or commodity or grain very fast from the aggregator or the farmers and deliver it to a manufacturer or processor immediately so that now we can do a value add out of it. So our solutions, it's designed to cater for that aspect of speed. And they want a solution that is also recurring. So it means that I can easily access that money anywhere, anytime. once I've done an approval to you as an agri SME, I've given you a limit of Betty suppliers. I've given you a limit of 1 million. I don't need to go back again to the same lender and tell them, now, you see, I need this money right now. Just go to the portal and do what you call a fund request and pay your buyers.
Wow. Okay. Do you also help people who want to supply things out of the country?
At the moment, no, but you're in the process of structuring something around export financing.
Okay.
Yes.
Can I ask you what interest you charge on this facility that you offer? Or should I ask you that towards the end of the show?
Okay, now we are affordable enough, factoring the fact that factoring the margins that agri SMEs get, yeah, and you realize
what margins do these people you work with get? What are their margins usually?
It's based on the value chain. Yeah.
But is there an average that you can speak of?
Let me say 5 to 7 to 10%.
Are you for real?
Yes, but it depends. It depends. It depends with the actually. It depends with the value chain and also the season. You see,
5 to 7 to 10%.
Yeah, it makes sense.
It depends with also the value
makes sense.
chain. Yes.
The question that I'm going to ask is, how do you source your funding? Because that will determine what you can charge in terms of what you then pass on to the client.
Yes.
Yes, because there are sources of funding that enable you to do precisely that. You can actually charge very reasonable interest rates while at the same time offering a very good service.
You asked about the source of funding.
Oh, yes, of course.
Okay. Yeah, we have very key...
You have investors.
Yeah, we have investors who have a very key interest in the agricultural ecosystem. It's because I was not sure whether I'd already finished answering the first question, so... or it was a rhetoric question.
It wasn't a rhetoric question.
Okay, so we have...
I very rarely ask rhetorical questions.
So we have very key interest investors who are very passionate about agricultural
interested
ecosystem.
About this particular industry, yes.
Yeah, agricultural ecosystem and the food ecosystem in totality.
Yes.
So they came together and so how do we support, how do we get into the African market, especially around the agricultural financing? They started in South Africa, where we had partnered with, initially we had partnered with ABSA, an accelerator program. Initially, we were offering a digital platform where agri-business can track their operation, that is their expenses. However, as time went by, we realized as they're tracking expenses, this can act as a collateral for us to give them financing to finance cash flow, meaning most traditional lenders were not factoring that out, that there's need for cash flow. If I'm able to have a visibility of your transaction, that is your operations cost, expenses, and the profit that you have, and how your business, how healthy your business is, then it means that I can structure a financial solution around the trade cycle. So it's the very good, interested agricultural ecosystem financing gurus, that's one, and very passionate around the food ecosystem.
Tell me how the partnership with ABSA fared, because you said, what role was ABSA playing? This is in South Africa. In this partnership?
It was an accelerator program, and what we were doing, we were offering the digital platform to the agri SME under ABSA. Yes.
What is the gap that Avenues really sought out to deal with, especially when you got into business? What was the biggest thing that you guys saw in mkasema hii lazima to sort?
Cash flow. And cash flow. And another gap we saw is that traditional lenders are very slow and rigid. And you are looking
slow and rigid.
Yeah. They can be quite slow and rigid. And we were looking how else can we create an alternative around financing, ensuring that the entire supply chain, agri supply chain, is moving, right? And offloading the pressure of cash flow issues from an off-taker, that is the buyer, and also the supplier. Because the buyer, if the supplier doesn't have money to meet demand, it means I'll have to go back to the buyer and pressure them, pay me, I want money right now. But if we tell the off-taker that, let's pay your suppliers on your behalf and then pay us later. That is the gap that we identified around cash flow. Cash flow issue and the instability in this agri-supply chain and the agri-trading space.
Yeah.
And that is the gap that we're trying to fill. And ensuring that we are giving a solution that is efficient, with speed, and recurring. Yes.
Now, in terms of, I'm sure there's some businesses that have come to you and then you're like, they've been there maybe for 2, 3, 5 years.
Yes.
But you let me call it, reject their proposal.
Yes.
What would make Avenues say no to my request?
One, if you're not an agri-SME. Yeah. If you're not an agri-SME. Secondly, because we rely on your cash, on your transaction. Your transaction is what we look at, collateral, right? There's the aspect of failure of most agri-SME in keeping records and transaction records. Once I sell, it's off my shelf, I'm done. So you don't consider where the various payment channels that can make a financier or a lender track your transactions to assess the health of the business. So that is some of the reasons that make us reject some of these agri-SMEs.
So matters to do with management of the business, governance, hiyo kidogo inaleta shida.
Governance inaleta shida, but I can't really point out on the governance, because now governance is very dynamic when you talk about governance.
Let's talk about taxation, for instance. Do you ask them to show you their records for tax payments?
When you provide us with a KRA PIN, it means you're compliant, tax compliant.
Just the PIN?
Yes.
You don't want a certificate of compliance?
KRA PIN and also certificate of compliance, tax compliance certificate.
That's good.
It's also very key. It's very key. And even some of these invoices that we ask to discount, most of them, they provide the ETIMS invoices. Which is in line with the government and taxation policy.
When you have a program such as yours, and knowing that agriculture tends to take place in the rural areas,
yes.
When somebody doesn't qualify, do you consider that as an opportunity to explain to them what they need to do in order to qualify, and also point out what they were not doing?
Yes. In as much as we are a fintech, we also leverage so much on human interaction, right? Yeah. So if a loan has been rejected, if a customer has been rejected, we normally explain to them the gaps that we saw. But that doesn't mean that we are not offering financing. We give you a period of 2 or 3 months. We ask you can reapply again. And we also have a because we are a relationship-based kind of a lender or a financial institution, because we are sector-specific. So we leverage so much on the relationship that you're building with various stakeholders within the agricultural sector. And the major stakeholder being that agri-SME or agribusiness. So we walk a journey with them. If you tell them that there's an issue with your records, we walk a journey with them to ensure that you start keeping that record very well. We start using the right channels to make payments. If your buyers pay you in cash, record it. If they pay you via M-Pesa, have a till, have a pay bill, have a bank so that where your money can be channeled into, so that you can assess your receivables and payables. So we also walk a journey with agri-SMEs, not necessarily rejecting them, but offering a relationship until they're bankable. Yes.
Okay. Why I asked that question, you've actually responded to very well, because most people, it is not that they do not think it's important, they don't understand the importance, and so they do not probably abide by it.
Yeah.
But then there are people who can cook their books, and there are people who, yes, and people who can cook their invoices, and people who can, once they understand what is necessary. How do you guard against such individuals?
Because we ask for documentation around transactions.
And then you verify with the people who...
Delivery note, invoices. If you say you delivered a product to Hotel A, then and we have to... it has to.
There must be some verification.
Verification or delivery note, and you can easily call Hotel A and tell, and they'll verify.
Yeah, so you ask them, is CT your supplier?
And you can also see the transaction in your. You can also see the transaction in your records and banks too.
At a bank statement, is
no, like you've said, people right now in the age that we are in, AI, and we are very good in our digital spaces. Right now, as not 5 child, another kutengeneza invoices ushangae. So you can call Hotel A. Is CT your supplier? Waseme hapa hatujui CT.
Or the ones who have worked it out well,
yes,
there'll be someone at the other end and say, hello, good morning, how can I help with this hotel movie?
Yes. Is it your supplier? Yes. As a matter of fact, ametuletea mandizi 20 leo. In the right now, agriculture is a devolved function.
Yes.
I don't know how that plays in terms of how the people in the agri-business are operating. And what I mean is, even when it comes to policy, for example, has that affected the relationship between a financier such as yourselves and people who are transacting, and especially transacting within the county level?
Okay, yeah, that's a good question. I know the government has worked very hard to devolve the agricultural function, right? And we realize that even as we operate in various counties, there's so much support from the various counties in terms of agriculture, especially counties that are working with various value chains, right? You realize that Kirinyaga, there's so much avocado, Moranga, there's the mango and the dairy sector. So what as avenues we do, we not only have partnership around the private sector. We also work hand in hand with the government. We partner with various
county governments.
Okay. To see how we can reach out to some of the agri-SMEs within the county. So even the policies that are formulated, they also inform us as an institution on how we can tailor-make our financial solution to suit some of these agri-SMEs in various value chain and in various counties.
So how you deal with a dairy farmer, for example, in Kirinyaga may be different with how you deal with a mango farmer in Makueni.
Exactly. And even livestock. Livestock suppliers or livestock aggregators in Garissa or Mandera.
Yes. Does fish fall under this agribusiness?
Yes, aquaculture values.
Specifically omena.
Oh yes, it does. Is it your favorite?
What this man says is not actionable because we are in the show. If he says it's outside the show.
Yes.
Okay, so umesema aqua what?
Aquaculture.
Okay.
Yes. It's a value chain.
Paul.
Yeah.
No.
No, it's because of course nimesikia.
Wapi?
Nimesikia bro. Nimesikia najua mambo ya aquaculture.
Give me an example of something that you understand.
Siomena. And octopus za kutoka huko pwani.
Pweza.
Ndio sasa hiyo sasa. Asante kwa kunikumbusha kwamba ni pweza. So you actually, because I'm interested in what you've just said, you deal with you actually integrate somehow with county governments, and they actually tell you like, look, in this particular area you can actually focus on these kinds of farmers, and this is the place you'll get the most output, and so on and so. Wow.
Yes, we need advisory from them. We can't work in silos. Yeah, we can't, especially when now we are, as I'd mentioned, we are very sector specific. We're only in agriculture, nothing else. So we need various key people to offer us advisories. We work with partners like Rotuba, especially in preparation for the upcoming FINA Summit.
Okay.
We want to be part of some of this conversation around the sustainability of food ecosystem or the food system in itself.
Right.
And how can we architect financing design to support some of these traders or the agri-supply chain.
Okay. Talk to us about this FINA Summit or conference.
Yes.
What is it about?
Yeah.
Where is it going to be? What are you going to discuss there? Who is going to be invited, etc., etc.
Okay, we are part of one of the organizations that will be participating in the FINAS Summit. FINAS Summit that will be held in June towards the end, till the first week of July. I know the preparation are still underway. I might not give so much information.
It is all right.
Yes.
But what it's about, you can tell us.
It's about this year's theme. We normally have FINAS Summit happens annually, but this year's theme is towards sustainable architect financing for the African food ecosystem.
Repeat that again, please.
Towards sustainable architect financing for the African food ecosystem. Yes.
Now explain what you've just said, please.
So it just means, how do we structure financing or structure financing both the private sector and the non-private sector and various stakeholders within the agricultural sector to support in ensuring that the food ecosystem is sustainable. It's just what I've just said as avenues we are doing.
Okay.
We are financing towards ensuring sustainability of the supply chain.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, the concept of supply chain, I understand. Now, with food, I'm going to ask a chicken and egg question here.
Which is still agriculture.
You had to go there. Which comes first? Food security, in that the subsistence farmer, who is the African farmer, is able to feed themselves and their families, and then whatever else they produce that is beyond what they need is then what goes to the market.
Yes.
So
yes,
the chicken or the egg, does the business angle come first? Because you mentioned sustainability.
Yes.
How? Because I'm thinking, how does the business element work before somebody's food secure in the environment that they live in?
Business angle comes first, and then have some for your family and for yourself, for your own consumption.
Now tell me how that works.
Because now, you see, now I'm thinking of an household. There's so many requirements other than food, right? Endless requirements other than food. There's the aspect of education, everything else, right? If you have enough to provide to the market at a business angle, right? And you come to avenues support you, boost you so that you can supply very well and have enough money to just manage your household and remain with something for your household, then you have now contributed entirely and immensely to the food ecosystem. And it's very sustainable.
Let me explain to you why I asked the question the way I did. Somebody may be a farmer and they actually imagine that they're doing some business.
Yeah.
Because the produce they have, there's a market where they can sell it and there's a demand for it. But for business to make sense and for it to be sustainable, it means that whatever it is that I farm has a constant outlet and there's somebody who's an off-taker and there's a consistency to it.
Yes.
That's where the payment comes, the issue of the payment comes in, because in the absence of that sustainability, the issue of cash flow out of the window, there'll be no cash flow to speak of.
True.
Okay, it'll be hit and miss.
Yeah.
Now, has it been your experience that when you work with the institutions within, say, the county government, and then meet the individuals who actually do the farming itself, that they understand these processes so that they understand that doing the business and making the money first is a better option of sustaining whatever help you need to provide for your family than the other way around?
Yeah, I know the county government through the Ministry of Agriculture. I might not speak so much about the government.
No. I want you to speak about your experience.
My experience, okay. I know there's a lot of sensitization to farmers. To support them in transiting from smallholder farmers to now agribusinesses, or rather just helping them structure their farming operation to look like or fit the agri-SME or the agribusiness part of it. Yes. Some of them farmers are agribusiness and they don't know they're doing agribusiness. Them, they just identify themselves as farmers. In fact, even as avenues, as we interact with some of them, we come to realize that some of them are suppliers. They're in the agri supply chain. They're even trading under a specific business name, but they don't know. They still identify themselves as as farmers. But even I've seen various stakeholders, even within the county government, under the Ministry of Agriculture, working hand in hand with the Ministry of Agriculture, even cooperatives. They do this sensitization to them. They train them. So it makes it easy as a financier, as agri-trade financier or avenues to come in and offer some of these solutions to them. So there's work that is being done to ensure that they understand themselves and even profile themselves.
There are 47 counties in the country.
Yes.
How do you determine who it is you want to work with first before you go to the others?
First of all, how we determine which county we'll work with first, it depends with the value chain and seasonality, right? You realize that various value chain and seasonality work very well in different counties. For example, between the first quarter, that is January, February, March, there's the commodity trading, maize in Trans Nzoia and Uasin Gishu. Then we can easily tap into that value chain. If there's a miller or a manufacturer who wants to buy from various aggregators or agri-suppliers, we partner with them and work hand in hand with them. Right now, there's the aspect of avocado export, right? So there are many aggregators or suppliers who supply to pack houses that are buying avocado. So and that is majorly in Kirinyaga, in Moranga. So we tap into that, working with county at that point. There are those value chains that are just consistent. Like, for example, the dairy, right? The dairy aspect, maybe in Engineer and Nyandarua. So we find and potato value chain. We see now how do we tap into that market in specific county to be part of that specific value chain. So that is how we identify. We look at the timing and the seasonality part of it. Yeah.
Makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense. What are some of the areas that you feel you probably need to work on a little more? Areas that haven't been as successful as you may have wanted?
Areas that we need to work.
Meaning, there's this idea, you've gone into it, following those rules of yours, but it doesn't quite work out the way you envision it. There's always the aspect of regrouping and rethinking and re-strategizing.
Yeah.
That's what I'm referring to. Because in every business, there are those
There's
moments.
that aspect, yeah?
Yes.
I must say that so far we are working very hard to ensure that we are structuring or we are tailor-making financial solutions to cater for all touch points, various touch points of value chain. And the key touch point of value chain is cash flow. So for us, I can say that each and every day and each and every value chain and opportunity we get, it's a learning. It's an opportunity for us to learn and understand. Each and every stakeholder in the agricultural sector we meet, it's an opportunity for us to learn and to understand more. So what I can say as avenues, we keep on learning. That's what we keep on. We keep on learning and understanding various key value chain and their needs and their wants so that we structure tailor-make financial solution to suit them. Another thing that we are also working towards that is also a learning progress is also helping SME, especially agri-SME profile themselves and identify themselves as agri-businesses or agri-entrepreneurs other than identify themselves as farmers. Because we have so many agri-businesses that are agri-businesses, but they don't know they're agri-businesses.
So how does identify yourself make for a better business ecosystem? I am in the agri-business, but I call myself a farmer.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
So
what we'll want...
So if I then call myself an agri-business personality as opposed to a farmer, how does that impact my business?
What it makes you, it positions you to attract financing. and position you to even attract other opportunities, other support opportunities.
So you have to register yourself as such.
It's good to register yourself as a business. Yeah, because now what it will open doors for many other avenues, even advisory avenues, and support avenues from different stakeholders in the agricultural sector, because it also symbolizes growth and sustainably. If I operate my agribusiness under my name, my M-Pesa name, Betty, as Betty, then it's very hard for me to even, it's very hard for me to get support, even support from key stakeholders within the agriculture sector, including financing, even from avenues. Yes. Yeah.
In terms of the folks that come for these loans, or financing,
yes, right.
Do we have more women, more of men, or it's a mixture? Are they the old folk like City, or young folk like ourselves?
Let me say, over time we have seen youth and women coming in very strongly, especially most of the youth in our portfolio are suppliers and distributors, interesting enough. And women, we see them as majorly in the processing, agri-processors, do sauces and spices, you know, and value add like juice and stocking them in the supermarket. So I know statistics already show that around 26% of women are in agri-entrepreneurs and 10% are youth. Right? And labor force for women is around 40%. So interesting enough, even as we are growing our business as avenues, we are seeing a good traction in a number of women getting into agribusiness. And not only the normal transactional agribusiness, doing value adds. Yes.
Wow. Yeah. That's interesting, because there has been this trend about making agriculture cool again.
Yes.
So it's clearly working.
It's working. It's becoming cool.
Which? Cool.
Cool.
No,
like cool, awesome.
Well, like
it's our city. City, it's okay. Say no more.
Okay, when it is cool, what would it look like? And when it is not cool, what would it look like?
It's not for the old folks again. It's for the young. It's also attracting the young people. Yes. Yeah.
You've actually answered a question that I was going to ask you. So now let me ask you a different one. Funding has to have a lower and an upper limit. What's the least that you lend, and what's the most that you can lend?
We lend up to 6 million.
Yeah?
Yes.
Naweza nunua lori na hiyo pesa?
Hapana, si ya kununua lori. Ni ya cash flow.
You know, cash flow has been mentioned so many times in this discussion, and it's not the same as lorry.
And inventory and stocking.
Tofauti. Lorry, si cash flow.
Sawa, City. Sawa.
Carry on.
Yes.
So 6 million upper limit.
Yes. Lower limit 100,000.
Unaweza kununua pikipiki, si ndio?
Actually I can. Hiyo naweza pata bajaj mahali. Na niweke trolley hapa nyuma.
Na amuongeze kidogo iwe tuk-tuk.
Actually yes, I can. But tuk-tuk ni around 300,000. Okay. So so that is, I can borrow anything within that particular limit.
Yes.
And then payment period, is there like a maximum limit?
Up to 3 months, 90 days.
So you give me 6 million, and then in 90 days,
yes,
you want your 6 million back. But no, your 6 million is because your business imeonyesha kuna 6 million mahali. No, not just 6,
yes,
exactly more than 6. So this one is just this transaction. So your 6, now najua in a month's time itakuwa imekuja. If ikichelewa, maybe 4.5 itakuja, and then another 2 later, but you can pay within 3 months. Sio ati ni 6 months umeenda umekalia.
Uende upige sherehe kwanza.
Ukifikiria one lock vitu katika system.
Naonesha tu watu kwa simu yangu, naona niko na 6 million.
Msinione hivi.
Kale kadem kale wao amekanisumbua na kambia nini? Ulikuwa unanisumbua juu ya nywele. Kuna 6 million. Naweza kutengenezea nywele mwaka mzima.
What? The rest of your life.
How can we get in touch with Avenues?
Okay, so you can visit our website on www.avenues-gt.com. You www.avenues-gt.com.
Okay.
Yes.
And then I believe the guest means that they are more interested in the commercial aspect of agriculture, SMEs included. Sindio?
Yes.
Alafu math tutor. Amesema there are very few people who answer questions as well as Betty does. Okay.
Oh, that person is absolutely spot on.
Yeah.
Not just answers them well, understands the content of her business.
Yes.
And articulates it very clearly.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Betty. This is where we come to a close as far as our conversation today is concerned. Tunakaribisha tena mkianza kupeana 6 million ya kununua lori, please kuja utuambie venye 6 million unatupatia. Na muangalie venye mtafund new people who want to get into the agriculture business.
Oh, yes.
I know of a lot of people, and I know them because some of them are my relatives.
Yes.
They would want to get into agriculture, and like you've said, the supply chains and the other forms of SMEs, but pesa tu ndio inakataa. So if they could get funding, I mean, that would be something. And from what I hear, you have very favorable terms as opposed to if they went to a commercial bank and the terms and conditions would be cray-cray.
Yeah.
All right. Sawa basi. Do stand by in the next hour. We are hosting former IEBC CEO James Oswago. Right now, though, here's the news.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The National Assembly of Kenya Energy Committee has criticized what it calls a blame game among officials over the controversial substandard oil importation issue, insisting that accountability must be established. The committee rejected attempts by Energy Cabinet Secretary Opiyo Wandayi to distance himself from responsibility, saying someone must be held answerable for the matter. During a fact-finding visit to the Kenya Pipeline Company's Judiciary is increasingly adopting alternative dispute resolution to reduce pressure on courts. He notes that mediation and other non-adversarial methods are helping settle family and civil cases more peacefully, while also improving efficiency across courts and tribunals nationwide.
The judiciary is increasingly moving towards alternative justice systems. You see, with the new constitution, there's a lot of emphasis on what other means are there other than what we would call the mainstream.
Yes.
You know, going to court, someone tells you, I'll see you in court. You know, we'll deal with one another there.
Right.
So increasingly, there is that understanding that the idea is how can we resolve the issues. Is not, in our system, is what we call adversarial. It is you versus me. And a lot of times, the outcome is your guess is as good as mine.
True.
One party is happy, the other party is not happy. So where we can get to a place where there is, a mutually beneficial outcome, then why not?
Even better.
So particularly in family matters,
right?
Some of the cases that have really stayed in court, you find is just maybe a family member who has had a beef with the other sibling for the longest time. So when something small happens, someone says, we'll meet in court.
The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission says it is making progress in the fight against corruption with a 72% conviction rate and recovery of 7.8 billion Kenya shillings in stolen public funds over the past 2 years. Speaking in Nairobi on Tuesday, EACC CEO Abdi Mohamud said arrest and prosecutions alone are not enough. He urged a stronger force on preventing corruption before it happens, especially through public awareness and better systems.
We have proposed that instead of talking so much about law enforcement, spilling of blood, and all these other issues that make headlines in the news, can we refocus and look at corruption prevention as a tool that probably can work in our current situation?
About 250 Rohingya and Bangladeshis, including children, are missing after their boat capsized last week in the Andaman Sea, according to the United Nations Refugee and Migration Agencies. The trawler, which had departed from Bangladesh and was bound for Malaysia, reportedly sunk due to heavy winds, rough seas, and overcrowding, the agency said. The Bangladesh Coast Guard told AFP news agency one of its ships rescued 9 people from the vessel on the 9th of April. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
This is Radio Generation. Radio Generation Classifieds.
The study that earns you certificates and learning that quickly translates to money. The difference? Skills. At Sensei College, we focus on practical, market-ready training designed to get you earning fast. From plant operation and welding to caregiving, interior design, and mobile repair, every course is built for real-world demand. With modern training facilities, skilled instructors, and industry-based learning. No minimum qualifications required, just your ID and your determination. Call 0705 000 777. Sensei College, my skills, my future.
Radio Generation Classifieds. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning. Yes, indeed, this is the home of hard truths and bold insights, and we are also the house of Methalis. And in this particular hour, we want to ask our guest, not to ask really, but to share with him, and then he will give us his thoughts. The topic today will be around continuous voter registration, deregistration, and identification devices. With us is former CEO, Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission CEO, that is Major James Oswago. James, karibu tena sana to Radio Generation. Glad to have you back.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. City, Methali.
Right, our proverbs for the whole of this week come from the Republic of Uganda. No matter how powerful you are, you can never make the rain fall only on your house.
There are factors. You can influence some factors, but there are other factors that you cannot influence. Cannot exercise universal power. There's an area in which you can have influence, but there's an area which you cannot.
It's as simple as that, yeah.
Because the most desirable thing would be for you to influence the rain to fall in your house. But if you can have rain falling elsewhere but not in your house,
yes,
that is contrarian. It only shows the limits that an individual can wield.
Yeah, I like that. You have seen what has been happening lately in terms of Nikokadi, young people getting out and registering for the exercise to exercise their rights come next year. What do you make of that exercise? And do you think the IEBC will be able to reach its target of, I think they said, some 6.5 million Kenyans by the time the continuous voter registration ends?
Thank you for having me again. IEBC has always set ambitious voter registration targets, which it never met.
Ever.
Ever. Every time they set a voting target, they have never met those targets. Now, voter registration comes in two modes. There is the continuous voter registration and there is the periodic voter registration. The Constitution of Kenya provides for continuous voter registration. The Curricular Commission had a long discussion on the relative merits of continuous voter registration and the periodic voter registration. And its conclusion was that the continuous voter registration is wasteful and not efficient and not effective. All the same, the framers of our constitution opted for the continuous voter registration. So a continuous voter registration, you don't set targets because it is continuous.
Yes.
The periodic voter registration, you set targets when they say that they want to register, for instance, this time 6-point-something million.
Yes.
And to the best of my recollection, every time they set a target, they have never been able to meet it. It can either mean, one, that they set over ambitious targets, or two, they set rational targets, but Kenyans don't turn up to vote. So the question we should be asking ourselves, why is it that Kenyans don't turn up to vote? And in this particular instance, why is it that young people do not come to vote? But we might even ask ourselves, why are we obsessed with only young people registering to vote, not older ones? Because whereas as a demographic group, they are larger than everybody else, the value of the vote is universal, whether you are old or young. So it is good to mobilize young people to vote in the sense that you get more of the population voting. But even there was this, should be equally be mobilized to vote.
Yeah.
So what is it that stops people or inhibits people from coming out to vote? There are very many factors. One is that IEBC is not sufficiently resourced. Voter registration, particularly the periodic voter registration, and periodic voter registration means where there is a specific campaign like the one they're having now. They have said they will not extend this one, but I can bet there will be another one.
They always say they will not extend it.
Yes, but there will be another one. The reason they will not extend is because the allocation of finances for voter registration in IEBC is very kidogo. It is kidogo because Parliament has never understood the value of voter registration. So the allocation that they give IEBC ni kidogo. Voter registration is a very expensive exercise.
Is it?
Number one, the wrong way to go around it is to come up and say, we are going to have voter registration for 3 weeks, starting from 1st to 31st of April. Come and vote. Okay.
Or come and register.
Come and register.
Yes.
And this now is, we put it in the papers and all over the whole place. Voter registration starting 1st of January, 1st of April to 30th. So everywhere, that is the thing. A true and well thought out voter registration exercise should start 3 months before the actual voter registration. You have to engage with these people before.
Yeah.
You have to motivate them to come and vote. You have to convince them why should they come and vote. That should precede the actual voting activity. What we do, we are doing opposite. We are saying we have allocated time for voter registration because Parliament has allocated money. Now that we have the cash, we provide for that period. The reason that period is provided in a restricted manner is because Parliament has never given IEBC, to the best of my recollection, sufficient money because it is expensive. Like the registration that is ongoing now.
Yes.
Most of those staff are hired staff, if not all of them. And they are paid per day at certain given rates.
Meaning they are not people who ordinarily work for IEBC.
No.
They've been outsourced to come and do this particular task.
Yes. Okay. That's why you find them in churches, you find them all over the whole place, everywhere. They come and do that. They're normally outside. And they're paid, I think for a week or so, IEBC pays something like 2-point-something billion. Or it's an expensive thing.
Wait, 2.2?
The last time that I remember, my recollection, voter registration is an expensive thing. It is like, imagine you're having, if you have 50,000 polling station, in a campaign like the one they're doing now, you have about 30,000 polling places to do the voter registration. And these are people you have hired.
You said what, 2 billion a day?
Not a day, maybe not a day, but it's a huge figure like that.
Okay.
Or maybe the whole exercise. Let's say the whole exercise for a month is 2-3 billion.
All right.
But that is expensive. So what should, according to me, that period should be preceded by some continuous engagement with the voting population.
Okay.
Which means you involve political parties. The key influencers and agents in the political process, the gatekeepers in the political process, are the political parties.
All right.
So there has to be an ongoing, continuous engagement with the political parties on the matter of voter registration.
Okay.
In other words, you're using the political parties as a vehicle for recruitment. That is number one. And that should be an ongoing thing. Now, for that to happen, there must be a level of trust between IEBC and political parties. For there to be a trust between IEBC and political parties, it means there must be continuous engagement and discussion between the political parties at the highest level possible and IEBC. I have not seen the evidence of that for the last, since 2013.
Okay.
I have not seen the evidence of a continuous engagement between IEBC at the highest level and the political parties at the highest levels on any other issue.
Okay.
But once you build that trust, then the political parties sees it is in their own interest, and IEBC now facilitates. I have not seen that. That is required. Two, you need to involve the civil society. As we speak today, civil society undertake voter education, civil society undertake voter education on their own.
Yes.
And I think there is some interface and connection between the civil society and IEBC. But I think what is more required is a much more deliberative engagement between IEBC and the civil society, because the civil society, they live with these people and they can do that education.
Yes.
Thirdly is also a campaign. For example, when you're talking about the young people, I listened to one IEBC commissioner. I don't want to mention the name. When he was disappointed that young people had not turned up to register.
Yes.
In a particular area.
Yes.
And he thought the fault is with the young people. He was saying they didn't turn up and they should have turned up. Yes, that is a fact. But somebody must motivate the young people to come and turn up. If they are not coming to vote, we should ask ourselves, why are they not coming to vote?
And if they do not come to vote, then why should we even expect them to come and register?
Yes. And the reason they're not coming to register, we have to find out and talk to them, why are you not going to register? Because it's free.
Yeah.
Now, I heard people saying, oh, young people cannot queue for 1 hour. Young people cannot do this. Bullshit. You see? Because when they go to vote, they will queue.
Yeah.
Now, if a young person cannot register because he cannot stand queuing for, say, 1 hour to register, would this young person queue the whole day to vote?
Where on earth do they get these statistics from? I've heard it being said.
Which stats?
Well, the stats about the so-called youth and what they are. Breaking it down, these are people with short attention span. What's new about that? When you're young, the way you think, the way your mind functions, it has nothing to do with the group we now refer to Gen Zs. It's how we are when we are young. As we mature, there's certain things we understand better. There are stats that say that these people being the young people, they work with a different kind of time schedule. There are people who want to work in a time that suits their purposes. Be that as it may, is it not important to understand why? And I'm just buttressing the point that Bona James was making. why don't you try and understand why it is they do what they do, as opposed to determining what they do on the basis of the lenses of what you have done before, which you think is the best way of doing things, or the way you've understood how things are done? Because essentially, from the statements Moses Swago has made, it appears to me that there are individuals who think that time is static. That the way you did things at a certain point in time is the way everybody else must do it, and not necessarily. The way you understood things at a certain point in time, which is historical, is the same way certain young people must do so. They forget that even when we were young, we didn't do things the way our parents did it. It is just a simple fact of generational change. It is not something that is unique or new.
But even if it is so, that the younger people, like for example, now I'm told that if you made this thing digital, if you made the registration digital so that they can register within their phones,
yes,
even if that is their desire, but legally that is not feasible, then we have to reach them. 2 years ago, young people went to parliament. Was it 2 years ago or a year ago?
It was 2 years ago, in 2024.
And they did so on the basis of self-motivation. I didn't hear anybody motivating them to go to parliament. They just organized themselves and they felt we can do that. And in other places like Nepal, in other places like Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, they mobilized themselves to do things that they thought was necessary for them to do. In those, and even Madagascar.
Yes.
In those places, you never heard that there was a campaign that reached them separately. When the young people in Madagascar, I think recently, went on the rampage, they were proud to say they were copying the Kenyan model. All right. And I asked, what is the Kenyan model? Okay. They did that in Nepal. And after Nepal,
yes,
when there was an election years later, they now went and voted, and they overthrew the old order. They had demonstrated earlier on their own, an organic thing.
Yes.
A year at some point in the future, when the election was now called, the same young people mobilized themselves and they put up a government of their own choice. Okay. Even in Hungary recently, Sunday, they were through. Viktor Orban was overthrown. A large part of those were younger people who went to vote and say, we want. In other words, if they want to motivate themselves, they do it. But we convincing ourselves that, see, they can't vote because they want to vote on the phone. Meaning, in my view,
yes,
we have not reached them at their point of need.
Okay.
We are being lazy. So we need to look at the young people and find out from them, how should this be done? Once you find that, then you develop strategies to reach them. Once you develop those strategies to reach them, then you develop a responsive voter education program. Once you developed a responsive voter education program and you have involved stakeholders, it is only then at the tail end that you schedule a voter registration exercise. You don't start with the voter registration exercise. That requires money. That requires money. But even if IEBC had all the money in the world, it also requires a different strategy in the way in which IEBC will engage with the political parties, will engage with the stakeholders. There has to be trust. Trust in the sense that the chairman of IEBC can in the morning call Kalonzo Musyoka.
Yeah. Can he?
Or call Wamunyoro. And say, well, Wamunyoro, this is what it is. Today, I was told yesterday, somebody was telling me that when you read the voter registration in Kenya, Luo Nyanza was doing particularly badly. The registration there was very, very low.
Okay.
And the fellow who was telling me, says, Luos never vote. They'll throw stones.
Did the person you were speaking to, whatever you read, were they talking about the turnout or generally when you look at the register?
They were talking of the current registration.
All right.
And they're saying I think it was in the news or some place, and they're saying this is the outcome of registration in various parts of the country.
So far.
And somebody tallied and said by provinces. Then Nyanza was, I don't know, a very poor record.
Okay.
And this fellow was saying, these fellows never vote, never register.
Yes.
Now, you see, that is true. That is true from 2013. What you asked from 2013. Now, between 2013, in last 2022, in the same place, 700,000 people who are eligible to register didn't register.
Eligible to register did not register.
Did not register.
Okay.
200,000 of those who registered didn't vote. That is in the same small place, Nyanza.
Okay.
The point I'm trying to raise is there is no generic solution. You look at kila mtu. So the question is, assume it is true that in 2022, 700,000 people in Nyanza who were supposed to register didn't register. Assume it is true, 200,000 who had registered didn't turn up to vote when they had a presidential candidate. Now, this is something that you want to discuss with the political leaders from that area. If you are really, really invested in enhancing voter registration from that particular place, you need to find out what is the problem.
So this is for IEBC to ask the leaders of Luo Nyanza what the issue is.
Who else would do that?
Okay.
It's their job, isn't it?
Who else would do that?
They are the only
If they can't do it, they'll do it through the political parties. If they can't do it through the political parties, they'll do it through the other civic bodies or stakeholders. If you do it, the most influential fellows there could be now political parties. This requires trust. Okay? But political parties from that particular area will not trust you if they thought that historically you are the agency of vote rigging.
Okay, so I see the conundrum now.
That's number one. Number two, political parties will not listen to you if they think that you are not the referee that is impartial, that is unbiased. So you must build that trust. Earlier I said there is money, but I'm now saying even if you had all the billions to do it, you still need that trust. And we're giving you the example of this specific place. So what would you do to enhance voter registration in a place like that? You need to inquire. Because when you call a meeting, a political meeting, you see throngs and throngs and throngs of natives who have come to that political meeting. So where is this enthusiasm for political rallies and political activities? Where does it go when it now comes to voter registration and when it comes to voting? Where does it disappear? You have to look at it and find the nini, and then you deal with it. I'm trying to answer the question.
Yes.
That young people are saying that they're not interested in registering to vote because of various factors.
Okay, so you can't, it's not one solution fits all.
It's a comprehensive thing. It requires to be studied. It requires to be worked out and find out why. Secondly,
yes,
before we leave the topic, once you find, like for instance now, Central Province, I think is leading.
In registration and voting?
Yeah, no, today in registration.
Oh, okay.
There must be a reason why they're going out to register more enthusiastically than everybody else. There must be a reason. And whatever the reason, the critical agency are the political parties. Somebody in the political movement is communicating, is reaching the average person. There is a message, there is something they're saying. But you're not just telling them to be with you. They feel sufficiently connected to this issue that they are willing to go and register.
You know, when you said earlier on that we also need to investigate the fact that there are some, do I call them old folks who have not registered for voting, and I'm asking myself, why? CT, you want to tell me there's someone your age who doesn't have, who has not registered to vote?
It doesn't start when you get older.
Yeah. No, I get when you're young, you probably have this lifestyle that really doesn't direct you towards politics.
It's not even lifestyle, it's your thought process.
But when you get
who
older,
feel the need not to vote.
Yeah.
It did not start with this generation of young people.
Okay.
Let me give the example of myself. The elections that took place from the time I was 18, the first 3 elections I never voted, and yet I had 90.
Why?
I did not see the need to vote because I did not see what changes my voting would bring about. When I matured, I was a little older and I understood things a little better and understood certain concepts like civic duty and so forth, and just how the participation of the individual is the beginning of the participation of a larger group. Simple things like that. Then I started voting. But when I was not convinced, in fact, my argument used to be, I am participating in the electoral process by not voting. Yes, I'm participating. Yes, by protesting.
So you are a rebel without a cause.
No, I didn't have a cause.
You had a cause.
I had a cause, yes. And I didn't.
You may not articulate it,
but I had a cause.
But you had a cause.
Yes, and I was participating.
Yeah, it's true.
That was my logic then.
And I also agree with that, that by simply not going to register, by simply not voting, you are participating in politics. Although negatively, but you are participating. You are sending a message that this thing doesn't excite me.
No.
Because you are deliberately disenfranchising yourself. You are aware of this constitutional right and obligation for you to vote, isn't it? And you know the importance of it. But you are deliberately saying, Wachikai. It's a protest.
Okay.
But you are participating. It is the job of society, in this case IEBC, to find out why are people not registering. I know somebody who is very highly educated and who is doing, it's okay.
Yeah.
He didn't vote in 2022. He didn't vote in 2017. He voted 2013. In my discussions with him, he has told me he will never vote. The guy is about in his 60s. Very highly educated, and it's okay.
Okay.
But his point is, why should I? Number one, which means he thinks that vote will be valueless if he votes. That's number one. But his bigger problem is, I don't want to be cheated. The political parties will give me a promise that they know they don't want to fulfill.
So it's that issue of trust.
So he says, if political parties are mere vehicles for people to go to power, not to render service, not to change society, why should I go there? So there are people who don't vote. City here says he didn't vote. And you may not be able to articulate it. You may not be able to say it. But surely there is a reason why an adult my age would either not register or after registering, not vote. Just like there is a reason why someone like myself would choose not to attend political rallies.
Rallies I get, because at the end of the day, you will make your decision regardless of whether you are there or not, because you probably choose that person based on a particular reason, which is not the rally.
You see, Paul, when you seek to understand why people don't do the things they do not do, you are one step further in trying to solve the problem and getting them to actually do what you wanted.
Yeah.
I had to get to an understanding that I owe it to myself to participate in a process that determines the direction my life takes. Simple logic. I didn't need to present myself on any electoral position to be voted for, but I could participate in ways that would guarantee that I have a say in what happens in my life.
Yes.
Previously, I'd abdicated. I was not involved. It happened. But I made a decision that won't happen. I am going to participate. That's why for me, voting became important.
Let me just read a comment here from some of our viewers. David says, for example, he says, Mr. Swago, Kenyans need a people's IEBC. That will be our saving grace. Again, on that issue of trust. And then we have my Take 2.0 asking, what kind of nonsense is this that young people need to be motivated to vote? Were you motivated to vote?
No. Look.
You motivated yourself?
No. let's be fair.
Yes.
There are people who think there are ways to solutions. There are things who events occur and push them in the direction of a solution. There are people who just follow whatever seems pleasant and what their friends are doing, and so forth and so forth.
Yes.
I had logically thought out the reasons why I wasn't voting. And when I examined my thought process over time, I disagreed with that thought process. And I adopted a different one. And I have favored that thought process to date.
Yes.
I will not allow people to make decisions about my life without me participating in it. That's my logic. It's that simple.
Morris and that he says, well said, City. So this is not a new thing. The older guys here are trying to push this narrative that young people are not registering or not voting. It's a citizen issue, not an age issue. Okay. So I want to also just look at what you said earlier on in terms of IEBC needs to form a relationship with political parties so that they can use the political parties' machinery to ensure that they get their supporters to vote. How would that look like? When you say they collaborate, I'm trying to figure out how they would do that.
The Constitution creates constitutional commissions. And every constitutional commission has an obligation and a mandate in the Constitution. IEBC is a constitutional commission. And the Constitution says, amongst many other things, IEBC's duty is to establish an electoral system. The Constitution talks of the principles of those electoral systems. One of it must be simple, accountable, verifiable, and people-centric. There are many. There are about 6 or 7. But one of those is that. So it is the obligation of all the institutions in Kenya, it is the obligation only of IEBC to do that. See, I once read, when I first read the Curricular Commission, I stumbled on something that bothered me for some time.
Okay.
The Curricular Commission report on the ballot on the register said IEBC's most critical asset is the voter register. And I wondered, why is it on the ballot box? Why is it on the ballot papers? Why is it on this? And I was debating in my mind. And I came to the conclusion, to realize that the Curricular Commission was right. IEBC's most critical asset is the voter register. See, without that register, which election will you do?
None.
No? You need that. So you need the register. You need the register of a certain integrity. You don't want dead voters there. You don't want underage people there. You don't want foreigners there. But there's something else you need, which is not written in law. And that thing which is not written in the Constitution and not written in law is this. If there are 30 million Kenyans above the age of registration, 30 million Kenyans, and you have only registered 10 million, it means 20 million Kenyans are disenfranchised. Either they've chosen themselves not to be disenfranchised, or for one reason or the other, they're outside the voting process. That becomes a critical obligation, a critical duty of somebody in our system.
Yes.
And that somebody is IEBC.
Yes.
You can't give that to police service or to Jeshi. It is you. There are 30 million Kenyans who are supposed to vote because they're a certain age. And out of that 30 million, say only 10 million have voted. Let us say 20 million have registered. 10 million are not registered. All right? It means that when decisions are made which affect Kenyans, a large number are not. It is the job of IEBC to look for these fellows wherever they are and find ways and means of bringing them within the process. You will not find that anywhere in the laws. But that's an obligation that they must perform.
Okay.
So it is up to all of us. It is up to IEBC. That's what I'm saying. IEBC must find a way of engaging with it. I'm saying the traditional approach, the ones I'm familiar with, unless they have got something different these days, the one I'm familiar with is to say we are going to have a voter registration exercise starting 1st to 30th of May. And we are telling everybody come and register, and we are issuing a warning, we will not extend this. Okay. Then in the middle of the month of May, we say these are the returns. And according to these returns, categorized by province or by whatever county, this is how the counties are doing. Okay. So you hear politicians going here and there saying, go and register. You hear IEBC jingles and what have you. Then the period comes, then you hear our target was 6.7 million because by 2027, IEBC's target is to have, I think, 28 million voters.
Okay.
By 2017, they had 22 million. So by 2022, 2027, IEBC should have 28 million voters.
Yes.
28 million voters is very kidogo. Because in India, you're talking of 1 billion. Okay. Now, if you have a problem bringing this to, why don't you go elsewhere? How do you do it? Because, talk to people, go outside. How do you
find out? Yes.
Yeah, how do you do it in India? How do you do it wherever?
Would you be knowing how they do it in India?
Why not?
How do they do it in India?
Well, you go to India. I've been to India several times. In India, when they vote, let me give you an example. India, they have a voting machine.
Okay.
And the voting machine, they vote. Let's say they vote at radio generation station.
Okay.
This is a voting place. And they vote here. After the voting, in India, it takes maybe a week or a month to collect, to bring the results. It's not an overnight issue. When they vote in India, the result takes maybe 3 weeks or something.
What?
Yeah, and you've never had people complaining of rigging.
For them to know their prime minister?
For them, no, the prime minister is elected by the party.
The party that wins.
The party that wins. So,
yes.
What do? They have voted here.
Yes. Okay.
Generation.
Yes.
They have 4 different parties. That machine, voting machine, at the end of the voting is taken to an equivalent of IEBC facility and is locked. Party agents will not leave that place until those votes are counted. And sometimes they stay there for even 2 weeks outside the door. Where the thing is locked, wako hapo nje. Huwezi ingia whoever you are. Meaning they are guarding the vote. That is the passion that you see. That is the passion you see people have in making sure that the vote is guarded. If they have that passion to guard the vote, that is a reflector of the passion they have to register in the first place.
Okay.
So you just need to sound why. Maybe the parties are strong. Maybe people believe in those parties. There must be some motivator, which we need ourselves to do.
Okay.
So in my view is we need to change the strategy from a formalistic system where you're saying voting 1st of April, end of April, we will not extend. Kenyans know you will extend. Then next year, around March, you say, now the last one.
Yeah.
This is done the election is in August. This is the last one. And now it's only 2 weeks. And as usual, Kenyans will go flocking.
Okay.
So we have to engage with this. But what will make Kenyans turn out to come and vote is a strategic activity that will precede the actual event. You have to engage with the political parties and make sure political parties are urgent. Okay. You have to engage with the stakeholders and make sure stakeholders are urgent. And Parliament must be able to give IEBC the resources that it requires for it to get engaged. If our young people, and our young people are a huge number, we must way of engaging the young people.
Okay.
It is a vain excuse to say that our young people want to register on the phone. I don't think that is right.
Okay.
Yes.
I have a question on the kits that we are using to register Kenyans to vote, and of course they're the same ones we used to vote, right? Are they the KIMS kits? Are they the same ones that we used to vote?
No, I think they're the same. But you just ask the question.
Yeah, my question is, because every time we are told that we need to have a change of something, whether it's the kits or the software, and it usually costs Kenyans billions. Is there a way we can just have something permanent that doesn't have to be changed every election cycle?
That's very good. You see, you go back to the Curricular Commission, and it is good that we take time to understand how we are, where we are. This obsession with digitization came out from the Curricular Commission. And Curricular recommended, because mnawana uvyovu kupigana hivi, what you need is digitization. And Curricular was partly right. But he said you can only digitize in certain areas, not certain areas. For example, the problem of dead voters in the register.
Yes.
The problem of underage people in the register. The problem of foreigners in the register is a huge matter. In Nigeria, in some election 10 years ago, when they were doing voter registration, like the way they were doing now, there were some politicians who were found in their homes with voter registration machines. When they were found, they said, we were doing our civic duty. We're just helping to register people. That's it is like you finding Wamunyoro kwa nyumbani kwake with machines registering voters. So I'm just helping you. In Nigeria, in Obasanjo's area where he came from, Obasanjo was still the president. In his own area, the biggest problem was underage people who were being registered and foreigners who were being registered. So you need technology. You know, you asked me about technology.
Yes.
So you need digitization to carve that out. But do you need to digitize your result transmission?
No.
Question number one. You know? Question number two. We have been fighting about this server. All right. What goes into server comes from somewhere. Okay. If server is a machine,
yes.
If that is can we do it manually? Why is there another way of doing it? Those questions are critical because we have now taken for granted that in every election we'll procure a generation of electronic gadgetry. Compare the costs. In 2013, IEBC procured EVIDs, electronic voter identification devices. And those EVIDs were about 1.something million, 2 million, for about 36,000.
Okay.
In 2017...
The million we're speaking of is in dollars.
In the Kenya shillings.
Okay.
In 2017, they discarded those.
So where do they go?
The voter registration devices, which were there 2013, were computer-based. It means it can do an election, but after the election, you can use it for something else. And indeed, the voter identification devices that Kenya procured in 2013 for the 2013 election, the Kenya government later donated to the government of Burundi.
Remember, I told you we gave some country somewhere.
They gave it to Burundi. So I wanted to put this at the back of your mind. These are things that are multi-use. You can use it for an election.
Yes.
After the election, you can use it in schools or something.
They can be used to teach students IT and computer science.
Piano, something like that. Or if you're sufficiently philanthropic, you give it to Burundi the way Kenya government did. 2017, 2017,
Burundi,
those were discarded.
No, wait a minute, Major. Burundi walipatiwa wafanya nini na hizo machine?
Their own elections. There's some sort of democracy.
Can I give you?
This is Kenya's brotherly foreign aid,
so that you understand. Part of the foreign aid that a country like America did to help us is they would give us some used equipment, like say planes.
Yes.
And some of those planes did not come from America. They may have been planes that were given to a country like Jordan, which was friendly to America. So when they got some new whatever those planes are called,
America took them back.
No. The people of Jordan gave us the Fs that they were now not using because
F5s.
America. Yes. So because America gave them some
new ones.
Well, not new. The ones which they were now not using because they had a newer model.
So so basically we're using a third hand, if I may call it. Fourth hand.
Yes. So our donating equipment is not something that is strange.
Okay.
Just that these are things which are not spoken of. Or somebody has a helicopter called Puma and they are not using it because they got a new version of it. And since you are their friend, it is donated to you.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'm answering your question.
Yeah.
So the point that I'm trying to raise is I'm building up a thinking process.
Okay.
In 2013, IEBC procured multi-use voter equipment, used for identification. But after the election, in the interregnum, in the intervening 5 years period, you can give it to schools if you wish, or you can give it to Burundi the way we did.
Okay.
In 2017, we came up with the KIMS kit. KIMS kit can only do elections. All right? Nothing else.
All right.
So once you have done an election, that's
it.
all. That's all. And I'm told that today, and 20,000 are lost. Something they get lost also. But that is 2017.
The equipment are inanimate. They cannot get lost. Somebody takes them somewhere.
But that is not the worst thing. The worst thing is that the KIMS kit has a lifespan of 4 years or 5 years. Means the ones you used in 2017, you have to renew them in 2022.
What are you renewing exactly?
You don't renew, you bring new ones.
You buy a fresh.
Even now as we are speaking, IEBC is budgeting for a fresh contingent for election of about 6-something billion. So you will pay for the KIMS kits in 2017, new ones. 5 years later, discard it because it's of no use. Then 2022 you buy them, then discard it. Then 2027 buy, then discard. Meaning, why are you discarding it?
Why?
Because the inventors and manufacturers of this equipment, they hardly use them. These are French things, they don't use them in France. So that is number one. Number two, when you discard it, you buy new ones, they will come with a new generation. This is a better one.
This thing doesn't make sense.
So what is the point? The point that Kenyans must do is this. Yes, you need to digitize. For example, you need to digitize the register. When you digitize the register, there is something called deduplication. That's a long word for meaning in the register, if there's somebody called city in the register, out of 100 million Kenyans, there is only one city in that register.
Okay.
It removes everybody else. When you die, your name is removed. So for the register to be of integrity, you need that deduplication so that it's only one person. You need an efficient system of removing dead people. You need a system that will identify foreigners and what have you. That's a register. You need to digitize that.
Okay.
But you don't have to have the ones we're now having, where you change every 5 years. So we must ask ourselves, do we really need these things? Are there parts of this process that we can do manually? I've just told you that in 2020, the equipment they bought in 2013, they got rid of in 2017. The one they bought in 2017, they got rid of in 2022. The one they are going to use now, they are budgeted for a fresh procurement.
6 billion.
Yeah.
Let me ask this question.
So the question is, when That is number one. When will they stop? In India, they have a voting machine. But that is India. They developed it themselves. You know, ni hao. Hii yetu tunanunua kwa soko.
Tunaenda France.
James, I have to ask this question.
Yes.
The computer system that we had, what was wrong with it? Why did we need to replace it with the KIMS kit?
That's a good question. Because I don't know the answer. They just said this. They said, I think I know the answer. They said the ones you used in 2013 were different things. It could do, for example, you had polling EVITs. EVIT is electronic voter identification at the polling station. That was one machine. You had another one for result transmission. You had another one. So they said, no, you need to bring all this thing in one machine. What is KIMS kit? KIMS kit can do voter registration, can do results transmission. It can do all those things. So they said, let's have one machine.
It's one that looks like a tablet, right?
Yeah, it's small.
No, but
once you've used it, it is useless.
Why is it useless? This is what I'm saying doesn't make sense.
It is useless because of two things. One, it is built so that its lifespan is 5 years. By the time 5 years is come, it is redundant.
Now, that still doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense because most systems that are made, digital or otherwise, can be upgraded. You are telling me that on this great planet Earth, there are no systems that one can procure that only require to be upgraded, but only if you went to India. What stops us from adopting that Indian system?
That's a different issue. You can adopt the Indian one.
Because it works.
But you see,
you have a much larger population.
If you adopt the Indian one, you can adopt the Indian. You can even help ask the Indians, make one that is specific to us.
Yes, exactly, and which doesn't have to last 5 years.
And they can tell, okay, come in here, and it's simple. But you know, we are fixated on this thing that the more sophisticated, the better.
No, I'm not part of that we.
So this is what is bringing this problem, obsession with. Today, if you call IEBC when I leave this program.
Yes.
Or when you call Parliament, they went to Parliament recently. You will find amongst the things they want to procure,
yes,
is a complete set of voting machines.
Yes,
and it's about 6 billion. Maybe it's about 6 billion. Something like that.
I mean, we can check the specific figure.
It's about 6 billion. But I will assure you, if you buy that 6 billion now, 2032, you would know another one. So every time, and we are complaining that our elections are very expensive, which is true. Kenyan elections, in comparative terms, are very expensive. And we are blaming IEBC. But I think we are wrong. IEBC will do what Kenyans want. If Kenyans feel that we don't want to spend on every machine every 5 years, IEBC will respond. Okay? Let me tell you, if you go to vote today in a polling station, that machine identifies your biometrics.
Yes.
Meaning the eye or the fingers. The reason why you have the eye and the fingers is of the fear that it can have more than one person. Okay? So you do that. Meaning, if your register is clean, if you have invested effort to make sure that the register itself is clean, because when the register is clean, then the register starts from a polling station. If it is clean from the polling station level, you can easily have people voting without having a machine there.
Okay.
You will still go and vote, bring your fingerprint.
Hakuna
fingerprint, go there, go with your ID, unakuta kitabu hapa, nasema wewe nani, mimi ni George. Wewe ni fulani sawa. You can still do the manual process. I went to Germany to observe an election.
Yes.
I was shocked because I still recall reading about an interview that Chesoni, who was then the chairman of Electoral Commission of Kenya, had. And that time, I think it is Sweden or another country, we were using these opaque ballot papers. ballot boxes.
Yes.
And Sweden or another country had offered to buy for Kenya the transparent ones. And Chisoni was refusing, saying we are independent. Why do you want us to have these transparent things?
What did our independence have to do with transparent ballot boxes?
Yeah. That was Chisoni. I think I had that. I was in university, wherever I was. I can recall that.
But you had it, yes.
So I go to Germany later in my life. And what do I find there?
Opaque.
Opaque ones. So I said, why are you using opaque things? And the German looked at me and said,
why not?
Where ungependaje?
Hey.
Say, well, what would you have want? I said, but I thought, no. Say, here there's trust. Here, here there is trust. That is in Germany. In Germany, which is a democracy much better than us, by constitution and law, they look, they should digitize the election. It's something that the law doesn't allow. The test is simple. Can that thing be manipulated in one way or the other? If the answer is yes, they don't use it. When the Indians developed their system, the voting machines, it took a decade. But when they were fully satisfied with it, they gave it to the All Indian Institute of Technology. And the All Indian Institute of Technologies, and those are the best in the world, say the machine mzuri. So they've been using it. After about 10 years or so of usage, somebody, engineers in Yale University said, can we look at your machine? And the Indian said, look at it. And the engineers in Yale University looked at the machine that Indians are using, and whom Indian scientists have said cannot be rigged.
Yes.
And those ones in Yale rigged it.
Okay.
They said, we can rig it. What is the point? The point is, the more sophisticated an electoral machine, the higher the likelihood it can be manipulated.
Okay.
So we have to ask ourselves, with a relatively kidogo voting population, do we need this digitization?
All right.
Because of the expense, number one. Two, because we can develop systems where now trust is built. So to answer your question, number one, we need digitization, but not wholesale digitization. Number two, as long as you are obsessed with buying voting machines from elsewhere, two things will happen. One, last election you had people talking about the Venezuelans. Last election.
Camargo and company.
You heard about that. And in the Supreme Court, there was this noise that the Venezuelans were manipulating our election from outside Kenya. You heard that?
Yes, I did.
And the lawyers in the Supreme Court, I'm one of them. Sometimes lawyers can be mambo mingi. And the biggest thing, there's a lady, and this lady was shouting at the top of, she was mad about these those characters.
Right.
But you know, in 2016, in America, when Donald Trump was elected, and people were suspicious about the processes, they formed a special commission headed by somebody called Robert Mueller. He died recently. Robert Mueller had been the director of CID, of FBI. It's called Robert Mueller, the Third Commission, special counsel. And he looked at all those things. And he concluded that the electoral process was interfered with by Russia. In other words, Russia interfered with the machines to favor Trump.
Okay.
That was what Mueller said. But Mueller said there is no evidence that there was actual collusion between the Trump campaign and the Russians. Okay. There's a difference there. What is the point? The Russians were doing this from Russia. They didn't go to America.
So it is easy
the
to
point
manipulate.
is,
yes.
The more sophisticated machine that you are obsessed with, if it is to be rigged, those riggers don't have to come to Kenya.
All right. James, we have come to the end of the show as far as the conversation is concerned, but thank you so much for making time, and it's always a pleasure to host you.
Thank you.
All right. Siti, ambia Wakenya wenzako kwa heri.
Wakenya wenzangu kwa herini.
See you tomorrow morning bright and early. Here's the news with Winnie Maganga.